Good morning. I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at Channel 8. I'm joined this morning by Keith Harris. He will be our legal analyst for the day, walking us through what we are seeing and hearing. We are expecting first up that we will hear from Athena's father. And then from Ranger Espinoza. He will be back on the stand. And then the judges told us that they're going to start playing these 3 videos from the delivery truck. And we're expecting first, the judge is going to allow us to live stream 2 of those. And then the 3rd video, the judge has said that obviously that one cannot be live streamed. That's the video where Tanner Horner kidnaps and then takes Athena and then ultimately kills her. And so during that time, our plan is that we're going to actually probably replay some of Athena's mother's testimony, as well as some other key testimony while we wait for that video to come back. We expect that to be a little over an hour, but Keith will be here today. And let's start off with replaying our coverage from yesterday.
A mother's testimony so powerful, it left jurors in the courtroom in tears.
That is her red bow for Christmas.
Holding it up, Maitland Gandy introduced the jury to her daughter, Athena.
She was loved. She is loved. And she is missed. And she was real. And she had a life. And she wanted to live.
The last time she saw Athena was just 24 hours before she disappeared.
I told her that I loved her and that I would see her on Friday.
Hours later, Maitland learned Athena was missing.
It felt like I was dying. I couldn't breathe, but I knew I had to keep going.
And what followed was a desperate search to find her little girl.
I walked that county road over and over and over again. I searched Jacobs Ponds.
But then came the news Athena was gone forever, leaving her mom to pick out the clothes her daughter would be buried in.
She was so cold, and she didn't like the cold. So I wanted to make sure that she was dressed. So I picked out clothes.
Inside the courtroom, many people wiped away tears. Tanner Horner sat just feet away, mostly staring straight ahead, but at one point did show emotion.
And I will be her face, and I will be her voice, and I will make sure that every person in this world knows that she was loved.
And then Maitland asked Tanner Horner for one last thing, the truth, and to tell her where to find the shirt her daughter was wearing.
I was there when she took her first steps and said her first word, but I wasn't there when she took her last. So I want to know where her shirt is, because maybe he could give me that much grace.
Prosecutors plan to end their case with one last piece of evidence, the video showing the final moments of Athena's life. In Fort Worth, Rebecca Lopez.
Certainly another hard day expected in court today. Athena's mother taking the stand yesterday and years in the making, waiting to share these details with the courtroom and with the jury. And before we share what it is she said to them, we want to warn viewers that this may be difficult to hear. Now, it is Maitland Gandy who began by describing the moment she learned her 7-year-old daughter, Athena, was missing. She said what is normally a 2-hour drive from her home in Oklahoma to Wise County, Texas, she made in just 45 minutes. She then recounted the painful process of identifying Athena's body, describing her as cold and without clothing. Gandy told the court Athena didn't like to be cold, so when she could not sleep that night, she bought her daughter new clothes and hair bows. The prosecution asked why she has made it a point to attend every hearing in this case, and Gandy responded, speaking directly to the court, the jury, and to Tanner Horner, the man accused of killing her daughter.
I want people to know that she's not just some story. She's not just some number. She's not just some picture you see in a headline. She was loved. She is loved. And she is missed.
Tanner Horner did plead guilty to killing Athena. We are now in the punishment phase of this trial. This is what continues today. The jury will likely see the video and hear the video the moment Athena was killed inside the FedEx truck that Horner was driving that day. The jury is weighing whether Horner will receive a life sentence or the death penalty. In Fort Worth, I'm Natalie Haddad. I'll send it back to you.
Keith, obviously we're now in day 8 of this trial. I want to talk, first of all, because I know that you've got a lot of experience with this, about the DNA evidence that we heard yesterday, because Polly and I were watching it, and you know, a lot of times when they're doing that stuff and they're walking through it, it was a bit hard to follow at times. To, you know, again, we were trying to explain it. I think we did okay explaining it to people, a little bit with your help because you were texting me, but walk people through what was important about that DNA testimony.
So I think that, that really, I think what the prosecution was just trying to show is, you know, they specifically were looking at the swabs, right? The vaginal, the oral, and the anal swabs. And I think if I remember correctly, that there was some testimony about sperm cells or something along those lines. And I think that what the prosecution was just trying to show is, hey, Tanner can't be excluded from being the contributor to this it was a partial DNA profile, I assume.
That YSTR
the YSTR,
testing.
and that's why that they went to perform the YSTR testing. It's because usually when you don't get a full profile, like with the other DNA testing that they were talking about, if you believe that the potential suspect is a male, you might send it off for YSTR because it's going to pull out the Y chromosome, the male portion of the DNA. And you'll see that in times where it's like either a low light specimen or light material where it's not super strong, or like y'all talked about yesterday where the profile or the female DNA is it's stronger than the male. And so you'll do that. And it's kind of one of those deals where prosecutors will look at that and get that tested just to say, hey, we don't have a full profile, but let's see if there's a partial profile or if we can exclude this person. And, you know, in situation, the numbers aren't super high with YSTR because you don't get I believe all the locations that match like I think they called them loci. But you can say, hey, he can't be excluded. And when you listen to all of this evidence that they've brought, you know, it's just one other thing to just say, hey, you can't exclude him from possibly contributing. Why would he have any kind of profile on a vaginal swab, on an anal swab, or on an oral
So that's
swab?
significant to you.
So it's significant to me because I think that, as Tolly was saying yesterday, you know, because of the medical examiners, the rape examination or the sexual assault examination, there wasn't like a finding of any kind of trauma or anything like that. But I think that it also goes to being able to say, hey, he might not have completed the act, but we don't know what his attempts were and everything like that. So I think that to me it was powerful, even with the low numbers, is because if you can't exclude him, for him to say, well, I didn't have anything to do with it, then you're probably pretty unlucky, right? You gotta be the most unlucky guy that ever walked the earth if they can't exclude your DNA profile on a situation that you're the suspect in, on top of everything else.
Yeah, I think one of the other things that you and I were talking about before we started streaming this morning is just that the way that the prosecutors presented that testimony felt it was hard to follow. And we were talking about that maybe would have helped to have more visual aids, essentially.
Yeah. You know, whenever you get a DNA analysis, you know, they refer to the report, and you saw the prosecutor show paragraphs of the report or read from the report. A lot of times there's diagrams on the report that I think that probably would have been more effective from a jury standpoint, maybe from a viewer standpoint, of just showing what those diagrams kind of look like, spent more time kind of explaining that, just so it's something visual other than just a report. And you hear the testing process and the chain of custody and all those things that really kind of get kind of boring. And I don't know. I know that there was discussion about, hey, why is the state calling so many witnesses in this chain of custody? And I don't know if it's something that the defense said, hey, we're not going to attack the final results, but we're going to make you prove up the chain of custody. Because usually in a situation, a trial like this, you might have the front half, the person that collected the specimen, and then the back half, the DNA analyst. And those might be the only two that you call to testify. But here we saw every little
We saw the
chain.
progression.
We saw the progression, and that's kind of a little unusual. And like I said, I don't know the purpose for that, but as you can see with hours of that, I'm pretty sure that the jurors were getting probably pretty bored of that.
I struggled to follow. Yeah. I mean, because I was going, why are we, you know, but, and maybe it was that they wouldn't stipulate. Maybe it was they wanted people to understand this is what we did, and this is why we had to end up doing the YSTR testing versus a full DNA panel. I mean, that kind of thing. So it's not to say they shouldn't have done it. It's just that it would have been helpful for it to be more visual. I think.
And I think maybe even if you shorten it down a little bit and give them just a solid explanation of this is YSTR, this is why we do YSTR, and make it shorter so that it gets to the point, maybe in plain language for most people, most lay people. And I don't know, I think that was kind of the thing that did kind of get bogged down to where people are like scratching their head. You're doing Google searches, trying to get an idea of what exactly is going on.
Of course, we ended up with Maitland Gandy at the end of the day. So it was, you know, kind of a bit of a slow. Then in the after, you know, with ending with her mother, it was gut wrenching, heartbreaking, like all the words that I can think of to describe, just difficult to watch this mother's pain, and then her addressing Tanner Horner directly, you know, wanting to know where's Athena's shirt. You know, that was the one piece of clothing that they did not recover, and you know, thinking as a mother, just, you know, I mean, that he was asking him, you know, just to give me that grace, tell me where the shirt is. My guess is he doesn't know, but that was a moving moment. And then talking about that she had seen her daughter take her first breath, but he had robbed her of seeing her daughter take her last breath. I mean, he had robbed her, robbed the family, robbed her sister of seeing Athena grow up. And so that testimony, I mean, and Rebecca said that the jurors were just some of, you know, boxes of tissues being passed around. I mean, just brutal to have to watch.
I watched it, same response that you had. I mean, quite powerful to me. I was quite impressed with her mom. You know, and I think the thing that I know that stuck out to me is she seemed very just mature and together for, I mean, I think if you calculate, she had,
I think she's
at
around 30.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think she's like 29 or 30. And I just thought, that there was just this grace to her, but also you could see this firecracker
Right.
underneath it too. But I thought it was totally
A fierceness.
and I thought it was totally appropriate for what she said. I tell you, when she apologized to every innocent person that's going to have to watch this video, she apologized to the defense. I mean, to me, I just thought, man,
What a moment.
she is something, and it resonates. And I think that that's definitely something when she talks about give me the grace, just tell me where the shirt is. I thought she just did a really, really good job.
No, she absolutely did. And somebody was asking in the chat what the plan is for today. So our understanding is that we will hear first from Athena Strand's father. We're not clear yet on whether or not he will be blurred. I mean, he hasn't really been as seen publicly. Maitland Gandy gave an interview to my colleague Matt Howerton back in 2022, and she's been just more visible. So we're not clear on whether or not we'll hear him, but I don't know if he's going to be blurred or not. And then from there, we expect Ranger Job Espinoza. He was the ranger that did the absolutely masterful job of keeping Tanner Horner talking and then ultimately getting him to lead them to Athena's body. And then our understanding is that when we see him take the stand, we're going to know that the videos from the delivery truck are going to be coming. The judge has said we can air the first of the two videos. The first of the two videos, I think one of them is going to be from before and maybe after, is my understanding. And then the third video is going to be the video where he kidnaps her. And that video is a little more than an hour. And that's the video they're not going to allow us to stream, which again, nobody's arguing on that. Nobody wants to see that. And it like Maitland told the jurors and everybody in that courtroom yesterday, she's sorry that they have to see that, because she said she was only able to view maybe a minute of it. And I can completely understand that. And so during that time, we're going to re-air Maitland's testimony and maybe a little bit of Tanner leading them to Athena's body, that kind of some of that. And then when that's over with, and so Keith and I will talk as that's going on. And then Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter, of course, is at the courthouse. And we had Terry Bentley Hill has joined her to watch that video. And then when that's over with, they will come out and talk to us about, what they saw and heard. And then, so that's kind of the plan for the day. And as is usual with these live streams, we just kind of have to roll with it, with however things go, because we do not control court. Court does what court will. I was kind of laughing. People around here will ask me, well, what time is court going to end? And what time is court going to start? It's going to start when it starts and it's going to end when it ends. So generally this judge has been starting right around 9, but that's just the way court is. And you're in court enough to know that that's just the way it rolls. But so talk to me about, you've watched a good bit of this trial. What have been the things that have stuck out most to you?
I think I've been surprised at the planning, the thought process of Tanner Horner, to argue and to say, well, there's autism and maybe something's going on, or that might be a mitigating thing to him. But he seems to me to be pretty calculated, pretty on the spot, thinking, adjusting things as they go. His narcissism is amazing.
It's off the charts.
It's amazingly off the charts. So, those have been surprises to me. Like I said, her mom was super powerful to me. Ranger Espinoza was quite impressive for how he got all this information, his resources as he's getting things, and he can, get with the company to get the video. And then once he gets the video, confront the defendant on what he sees and things like that. So those have been things that have stuck out to me. And really one of the major things is just how much evidence and how much the prosecution has had to present. I mean, it is one of those that this isn't an issue of guilt. This is just going to be an issue of what the punishment is going to be for him. And it was amazingly overwhelming evidence against him.
I would have had no problems convicting him of this. Absolutely.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, see and hear all this.
Right.
Absolutely. And I've asked pretty much every lawyer who's appeared on with me about the decision to plead guilty.
Mm-hmm.
What would you have done?
I've thought of this because I've seen you ask that question with the attorneys.
So you had your answer ready?
No, well, it's been a process to get to this answer, right? So, for me, what I actually think is I'm not sure if the defense had a plan that he would plead to this. Like Talia mentioned yesterday, I think Tanner probably, because I haven't seen a situation where he's followed his attorney's advice throughout any part of this. He's communicating with law enforcement after he's been arrested. I think he even said, contrary to what my attorney might want me to do. So, I could see why. And in the case that's this overwhelming, I mean, I don't think that this is going to be I don't think it was ever a whodunit.
No.
I think, and I could see why you would plea him, or I don't know. I could understand why you would if that's something.
Almost like throwing yourself at the mercy of the jury.
Right. Because after all of this, what do you have to argue for them to spare your life?
Mm-hmm.
I think that if you plead guilty, that at least you can say, horrible decision. And I totally acknowledge that and try to somehow figure out a way to not be killed, basically, and everything. And so, but my underlying thought is, I think Tanner's making these decisions on his own, and I'm not sure if he's actually listening to his defense attorney. And I can see a situation where he just said, I'm going to plead guilty. I don't want to deal with this. I'm not going to, because I think the defense would have given the prosecution more of a heads up if he was going to plead guilty before.
Yeah, I mean, and it would have been, I don't know that it plays out much differently. I mean, there's probably some things, maybe the order is a little different, right? There was definitely some stuff that would have probably been punishment phase that kind of came in the middle. Like, I'm trying to think of an example, maybe the sex assault, the two women, because that came before the DNA testimony, and that probably would have been in a traditional punishment phase, that kind of thing. But, and also I'm trying to think what would be some other things that would have come later. Probably mainly the sex assault victims would have been the main thing that they would have been in the punishment. And then I don't know how much in punishment you would have rehashed some of what was in guilt innocence.
Sure. Well, I think what we're going to see, so defense is going to be able to call their witnesses in their case, and prosecution is going to have an ability for rebuttal. And so I think that's where you're going to get a lot of their experts that are going to try to rebut things that the defense experts are going to testify to. And so I think that we are going to still see, I think, a pretty good amount of the state putting on rebuttal evidence, so there will be their experts and things like that that'll either contradict or speak contrary to what the defense experts are. But yeah, in a guilt innocence standpoint, I think the prosecution's put everything on that I would expect you to put on. And again, you're asking these jurors to find that this guy's a future danger and that there's nothing mitigating. With the facts of this case, I would absolutely put all of that out there, because even without a long criminal history, just arguing the facts of this case alone rise to that level. And now we've got these other victims as well.
Okay, so we are seeing a picture from the courtroom. They're not in session yet. They're supposed to start at 9. We're seeing that door open, which is, traditionally that's where the holdover room is, and Tanner Horner will come through that door. So I don't know if we're starting a little early. It's hard to say. The judges do what judges do. But the other question I've asked every attorney is, will Tanner Horner take a stand?
If he does, I think it'll be contrary to what his lawyers tell him. I mean, I wouldn't. I don't know if this guy has an ounce that he could show that would resonate with jurors. So if he does, I think that it's going to be his decision and probably contrary to what his lawyers advise him.
Right. I just, because of his narcissism.
Oh, he's cocky enough. I definitely think that he could.
I don't place it outside the realm of possibility.
I don't even exempt from the rule of being allowed to be in the courtroom. Okay, once you have testified, do not discuss your testimony with anyone else except the lawyer. Okay. All right. We ready to go? Yes, sir. All right. Let's go. All right, everyone may be seated. Good morning. We are ready to proceed, ladies and gentlemen. This witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Ms. Hill.
Thank you, Judge. You go ahead and state your name for the record.
Jacob Strand. Jacob Strand.
What's your relationship to Athena Strand?
I'm Athena's father.
Are you a little nervous here today?
Yes.
Have you been nervous for public speaking in general?
Yes.
There's kind of skill that maybe you do something that you can never.
Yeah.
You felt through what you did?
I've happily taken the arrow instead of talking to people. Go ahead.
You know, a lot more soft spoken than Athena's mom. You agree?
Yes.
Okay. We talked a lot about the defendant, Tanner Horner. Do you want to spend a little time this morning talking about your daughter, Athena Strand?
Yes.
I'm going to have Pat Berry publish a picture from State Exhibit 287. Do you recognize this picture?
I do.
Is that your daughter?
Yes.
Can you tell me what day that picture was taken?
First day of school.
What grade was she in?
First grade.
Athena has a little bit of a girly side, but did she have any issues being dirty or playing outside?
Not at all.
I'm going to ask you to tell the jury a little bit about one of your favorite memories and favorite pictures that you have of Athena with the horse trough. Can you tell them about that?
Yes. It was springtime, so the water was still a bit chilly, and I walked outside and she was filling up the water trough and brought out a bunch of her Barbies and toys and filled up the water trough with them and was sitting in it with her dressed in cowgirl boots.
Did you actually end up taking a picture of Athena?
I did. She was shivering but having fun.
When you took that picture, was she in or outside of that water trough?
Outside of it, gathering more toys.
Soaking wet?
Yes.
What did you and Athena like to do together?
Mostly outside. We'd go camping, hiking, going to the lake.
Athena was 7, so what was she into at the time?
As every little girl was, Frozen, and unicorns and mermaids, and getting dirty
She liked to sing the Frozen songs.
24/7.
You mentioned Barbies and Ronnie Maverick.
Yes.
I'm showing you what has already been admitted as Exhibit 153. Do you recognize these?
I do.
Was this Athena's Christmas gift?
Yes.
Was the last thing that you'll offer your daughter?
Yes.
Ron, can I publish these scissors?
Sure.
Jacob, these are the You Can Be Anything Barbies. Athena did not get that opportunity. She went missing on November 30th of 2022. We talked about that day.
Yes.
How was that day for you when it started?
It was a good day. Went to work and came back a little bit after they got home from school.
Did you see Athena when she got home from school?
Yes.
What were y'all doing?
Just hanging out for a little while. I wanted to be with the kids before I went out on my hunting trip with my dad.
Do you recall about what time you went on your hunting trip?
It was just before, a little bit before dark, I think.
When you were leaving, did you say bye to Athena?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
I told all the kids and Athena bye and gave her a hug, and then after I was, as I was leaving, I was backing up. She ran up to the truck because she wanted to give me another hug, and I told her not to run up on me while I'm backing up in the truck, and yeah, gave her another hug until I was over.
That was your final moments with Athena alive.
Yes.
At some point, were you notified she went missing?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I was, of course, a little nervous, but I thought maybe she was just playing hide and seek or something because she was really good at that.
Thank you. Told me a story about her hiding in a closet somewhere. Where was she hiding?
Yeah, so we were all playing hide and seek, and she hid in the linen closet with everything in front of her, and we were searching for like 20 minutes.
So when you first got notified, you thought she was hiding?
Yeah.
Did you participate in searching for Athena?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
I searched each day whenever they let me, and I thought maybe I'd be a little bit better at it because I've been on that property since I was 8 years old, and I know the woods like the back of my hand.
You didn't find Athena on the property, though, did you?
No.
When were you told that Athena's body was recovered?
On the second in the Cottonville Church in the room.
What were y'all doing at that church?
That was just kind of like the middle ground for everybody to meet up and rehydrate and eat or take care of everybody that was part of the search, and they let the family stay there.
How was that for you?
It was nerve-wracking and hard. Still have hope, but
You mentioned that you've been on the land since you were 8 years old.
yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about your home and the land that you live on?
We moved there back in 2000 when I was 8, and it's on 10 acres. And now me and my brother both live on it. He lives down the hill from me.
Who all lived with you in in your part of the property?
It was me, Ashley, Athena, Alice, and Yursa at the time. YRSA.
How old is Ursa?
She's 5 now.
And Alice?
14.
And Adina would have been 11 now?
Yes.
Do you still have a place at your home that you talk to Adina?
Yes.
Can you tell Jerry about that?
There's a fruitless pear tree that Alice and Athena would always climb. That was just kind of like their spot where they hung out, and they would also gather toys from their room and hang in that tree like ornaments.
Talk a little bit about your role, as a man and how it affected you. Why don't you tell the jury a little bit about that? Adina was taken from your home, your property. You've been at since you were 8 years old. You weren't there. How did that make you feel?
It made me feel horrible, like like I should have done something or been there. I wasn't there to protect them like I should be, like a father's role.
That create you a lot of guilt.
Yes.
How did you handle your trauma and your pain from this?
Pretty much self-destruction.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about that?
I just kind of held everything in, and it just broke me.
Did you turn to alcohol?
Yes.
What about the marriage?
It ruined my marriage.
How did it affect your ability to eat and sleep and normal day-to-day activities?
I couldn't sleep, and I would only eat like every 7 days. And I lost like 50 pounds.
We talked earlier about Adina's siblings. So we had Yursa, and we had her stepsister Alice, right? And then she also has a sister Rylan, her mom makeup daughter. A little bit about Adina and Alice. What was their relationship like?
They were just best friends. They loved that they were sisters, but not real sisters, they would say. So they were just best friends.
How does it affect Alice?
Yes.
Did y'all all go into therapy?
Yes.
How is Alice doing now?
She recently went back to therapy because she's been having nightmares.
Nightmares about what?
Everything that she's having to hear about and what happened to her sister.
The defendant wrote a letter to the family and the law enforcement. Did you believe that letter?
Not at all.
What do you miss most about Adina?
Just her laugh and her spirit. And she loved everybody.
Is there anything that you want this jury to understand about your loss in this process?
I just hope that the jury and the justice system will make the right decision.
I'll pass it to Judge.
Cross-examination.
No, Your Honor. Mr. Lindy, Mr. Strand, we have no questions for you. We are terribly sorry for your loss.
May this witness be excused. Thank you, sir. Who do you have next? Ranger Espinosa. Remind you that you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Stack.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mayor, at the end of this investigation, you completed your report, and you testified earlier about delivering evidence and things of that nature, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then at some point, you also testified you had seen some video in this case, is that right?
Yes, sir. Correct.
But at the time you completed your investigation, or at least done your report, had you seen all the video in this case?
That's right. Not.
And at some point, were you able to view all the evidence or all the video that's made available from the lawsuiter in this case?
Yes, sir. I was.
And how many different days do we have of video in this case?
We have approximately 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days of video.
And do we have video before November 30th?
Yes, sir. We do.
On what days?
We have video from the 26th and the 29th.
2022?
Yes, sir. Correct.
We have video, you already testified, we saw video from the 30th. And what other days do we have video on?
We're also able to obtain December 1st and December 2nd.
And to your knowledge, is that all the video that you were able to obtain in this case?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Now, these videos from the 26th, 29th, 30th, 1st, and 2nd, what's the approximate length of each video in total?
The approximate length on the 26th and the 29th of relevance isn't much. Probably,
Well, let me start there. How long are these? What is the time period that the entire video is? This is what I'm asking.
for the 30th, it's going to be almost 2 hours of video that we have.
Do they show a complete shift of Tanner Horner working on each one?
Yes, sir. They do.
And the complete video, not the clips that you're talking about, but the complete video.
Yes, sir. Correct.
And so if I do the arithmetic here, it looks to be 30 hours or so potentially of video.
Correct. Yeah, and a lot of that is just normal delivery work. Obviously, delivering packages, normal work shift, normal things.
Your Honor, I object to Ranger Espinosa testifying to something that is not in evidence.
Sustained.
When you view the video, you view the entire thing, did you not?
Yes, sir. I did.
And during that time, other than the events we're going to talk about, what's he generally do?
Delivery.
Objection, Your Honor, testifying to a video not in evidence.
Sustained.
Video, it's in evidence.
Videos have not been offered. Is that as far as I recall? What number?
Jim Becker yesterday, well, it was actually dated early, Richard Ross, but Jim Becker identified those.
It was not offered yesterday during Mr. Becker, so if it's in evidence, it had to be offered by somebody. What is
It was offered at Kirk Ross, the exhibit number.
What is the exhibit number?
$95 for the arrest van and $116 for the abduction van.
Okay, they're both been admitted. You may answer.
Your Honor, which dates are those?
States 95 and states 116.
Yes, but we have the arrest van, and I assume that is the December, the 1st or 2nd video. But what was the date of the video for States Exhibit 116?
Your Honor, yesterday, Mr. Becker testified that all of the videos were downloaded on flash drives that were contained in 116.
Okay.
Your Honor, my question is the same. What dates are on States Exhibit 116?
All 5 days. You know,
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. State.
I'm going to ask one question, I'm going to move on. The entire length of the videos is many, many hours.
Yes, sir. Correct.
And in some portion of those many, many hours, you testified that the Horner is doing what?
Delivering packages.
Now, let me just ask you with regard to the videos, you said you received the video from November 30th. Do you remember when you received the remaining videos of this day?
Sometime after we met with the Wasser and received the rest of the dates, or we create those events.
Now, at this time, were there some questions that you had remaining open that you were attempting to answer with regard to the facts and circumstances of this case?
Yes, there were.
All right, so generally speaking, what kinds of things are you still trying to answer in this case?
Obviously, reviewing the video would help us corroborate statements and ultimately obtain physical evidence that we were missing, such as clothing.
And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you about this video in kind of 3 seconds here, so it makes sense. So, but let me start with this. On the video, we talked a little bit about the time. I want to make sure we're clear. Is the time on this a normal time, like we look at the clock back there and read it?
No, it's not. It has like a conversion based on the software that we're using, so you would have to actually convert it to AM, PM based on by doing an equation.
And so just to give an example, if the camera that we watch in the video shows 2,300 hours, if we were to back that up and say what time is it in November of 22, what time is it?
In November of 22, that time would have been approximately 6:53.
Okay. Well, with regard to that, is it 2,300 and then you convert it?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, 2,300, and then you convert it, and then you would end up at 5 p.m. Yes, I'm sorry.
I want to make sure where we are with this time.
Yes, sir.
Now, in the vehicles in the truck that you're watching this video, how many different views are there that you have access to in the truck?
So through the course of the investigation, Wasser, it's a front dash cam view, and then it's a cabin view, so inside and outside.
So if I use the term dash cam, you understand that you're looking out the front.
Yes, sir. Forward view,
If you say cabin cam, it's looking inside the cab.
inside the cabin of the FedEx van.
Now, with regard to the dates of November 26th and, excuse me, November 29th, were you able to watch all of the cabin cam on those 2 days?
No, sir.
Were you able to watch all of the dash cam on those 2 days?
No, sir.
Now, with regard to the dash cam, was the dash cam simply missing, or what happened to it?
Upon reviewing the videos, I observed that the defendant, throughout the course of those days, at certain times covered up the cameras with some type of sticky note or some type of object.
Let's talk about this specifically so we're aware of this. On the 26th of 2022, you said you observed him cover up the camera. When did he cover up the front-facing camera on November 26th?
Approximately 6:53 p.m. is when I first observed that he covered the camera.
And then let's move to the 29th. When did he cover up the front-facing camera on the 29th?
Approximately 4:30 p.m.
Now, let me ask you, have you seen the video with regard where he arrives at the Huffman House sometime on November 29th?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what time does he arrive on November 29th at the Huffman House?
Approximately 5:45 p.m. I observed that he was at the Huffman residence.
Okay. And so let me ask you, how much time between when he covered the camera and he arrives at the Huffman House?
About an hour and 15 minutes, approximately.
Now, let's move to November 30th. On November 30th, when did you observe him covering up the camera, front-facing camera on November 30th?
Approximately 4:09 p.m. on November 30th, which would have been the abduction day. I observed him covering the camera.
Front-facing camera.
Correct, yes, sir.
And then when are you aware that he arrives at Athena's residence?
Approximately 5:30 p.m. he arrives at Athena's residence.
So how much time elapsed between when he covers up the camera and he arrives at Athena's residence?
Approximately an hour and a half.
What road, county road, is the Huffman residence on?
It's on the same road as Athena's residence, same county road.
What does that tell you, Ranger Estimate?
Objection, Your Honor, that's all for speculation.
Sustained.
Why is that important to you?
Objection, Your Honor, again, that's speculation.
Sustained.
In reference to 3573, we've had testimony that it's a dead-end road. Where's the Huffman House on that road?
At the end of that road,
Where's Athena's house?
somewhere in the middle of that road.
You said something about Athena's clothes. Is that still a question that you have open?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And let me ask you about Athena's clothes. Were you able to discover what had happened to Athena's clothes as part of your review of this video?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what was that? What happened?
During the course of the viewing the video, I observed, I believe some of it went into a bag. And then I also observed the defendant placing what looked to be panties and the pants into the backpack. You could, obviously the cabin views up close. You see him unzipping it and put them inside the backpack, which we later located at his residence.
And on November 30th, the day of the murder, are we able to see the cabin cam for the entire time on the day of the murder?
No, sir,
And why is that?
because the defendant covered it.
And at some point, is it uncovered, and when was that?
Yes, sir. He uncovers it at the Loves on his way back to the FedEx station.
On the day of the murder?
Correct, yes, sir, on November 30th.
Are you able to see what he's doing in the vehicle when he's at the Loves?
Yes, sir.
What's he doing at the Loves after he uncovers the camera?
He's cleaning up the FedEx stand.
Maybe that's covers the video.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, for record purposes, could the state identify which video they're playing?
Brenda, listen, just so that we're clear on this, what's the date on the top of this video?
This video is November 26th of 2022, one of the first times that I observed him covering the camera.
And if we were to look on each of these videos that we're going to play today, is that where we find the date up there at the top?
Correct, yeah, if you view the top of the video, you can see the timestamp on and date stamp on the top of the video.
Okay. Yes, thanks.
I would like to see on the adult, please. There's a crucial precaution. You, sir. Oh, okay. Okay, I was just making sure, kind of. Oh man!
me ask you a couple of questions. You said before there's video after the day of the murder on 12/1 and 12/2, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And let me just ask you, during your interview with Tanner Horner, initially, did he tell you something about being in the area the next day where Athena went missing?
Yes, sir, yeah. So I understood that he at some point during the course of the day on December 1st had driven back into the actual search area and the area where Athena's home was located.
And do you remember when that was on 12/1?
I don't remember the approximate time on December 1st, but sometime during the course of that day.
And is that something we can see that on video?
Yes, sir, you can.
So tell me, to your knowledge, how many times had he been on County Road 3573 in approximately the last 24 to 36 hours?
Objection, Your Honor, that's hearsay.
Overruled.
3 times based on the video evidence and throughout the course of my investigation, obviously.
Objection, Your Honor, that is based on hearsay. Anything that someone told him about Tanner driving patterns is hearsay.
That's overruled.
Lieutenant? Oh, this is Matt at the station there. My name is Mrs. Senior. Hello? Hey, this is Matt, Director. Yes, this is Senior here at the station. Hey, nothing, I need to get a little info for you on the delivery you had yesterday.
Your Honor, approach.
It's going to.
Okay, folks, we've been watching them play these clips from this delivery van, some from before and some after. Keith, just talk to us about what are we seeing? What's the importance of this?
It looks like they're playing videos leading up to the day that Athena gets kidnapped. The thing that really stuck out to me that I saw was the first time we saw the video from, I think it's the Huffman household with the 2 girls that were playing out front. We just saw the video from the dash cam inside the cab. And I remember defense talking about, hey, nothing unusual here. This was just a normal delivery. He asked for the dad. He's cordial, this and that. But now today, it looks like they're playing the inside cab or inside the front dash from the inside the truck where he has,
But he covers the
he
front,
covers it up. It looks
the
like he
front
puts the
facing
driver's license cover in the front, which makes you think that he didn't want them to see whatever the front was going to capture or cover, which now I get when the prosecution talks about maybe this setup or this prep and maybe there being another kidnapping that could have happened the day before. Now that makes sense seeing this part of the video.
Right. And so, folks, we're waiting. They're clearly doing some sort of sidebars right now. So we're not getting sound from the courtroom. The judge has said that we cannot air, that he only wants us to live stream what the jury actually hears. So that's part of what's happening. And so we're waiting for sound and audio to come back from the courtroom. As soon as that happens, Zeke will kill our mics. Even if we're mid-sentence, he will kill our mics, which is perfectly fine. So while we're waiting here, we heard really just, it's different we heard Athena Strand's dad, and it was different from mom. Mom was, like I said, fierce. Dad was very quiet but no less emotional, but just different.
Yeah. Because you look at dad, and dad, he's a hunter. He looks like maybe this tough guy with the long beard and everything. And you hear him just tell just these, I don't want to say anecdotes, but just these stories of life with Athena and really how this all broke him. I mean, when he talked about self-destruction, alcohol abuse, it broke his marriage. I mean, all those things just really, I thought were very impactful, just resonate of how this bad thing just broke this man.
Well, and it's understandable. And, when he talks about, that final day, how he's leaving to go hunting, and she tells her bye and gives him a hug, and then she runs up to the truck and he tells her, don't run up to the truck while I'm backing out,
Right.
Totally parental thing to do because you don't want to accidentally run over your own kid. And he says he gave her another hug and told her he loved her. And then when she went amiss, he thought maybe she was playing hide and seek.
Right.
Because he said she was really good at that.
Yeah.
It was very, because you don't want to believe the worst, right? You don't want to believe that your kid has been kidnapped, right? I mean, that's not what parent ever wants to have that rolling around in their head.
Right. And as the mom said, your mind can't get you there, right? Like when she hears that her daughter goes missing, I think the same, excuse me, with the dad, just very powerful because he was like, hey, maybe she's playing hide and seek. And I can only imagine, he said, look, I'm going hunting with my dad, and I give her a hug. I get onto her for running up because she just wanted one more hug.
Right, one more hug. And I
boy,
bet you he treasures that hug.
Oh, I bet he's so happy that he gave her that last hug. But to me, I thought his testimony was powerful as well, just from a dad. You don't see a lot of the emotion like you did from the mom, but that silent emotion, this absolutely broke me. I think it's going to resonate with those jurors.
Oh, absolutely. Because I think they could all vicariously put themselves in his shoes. For folks that are trying to understand what's happening, they're in a sidebar right now. They've been playing videos from the delivery truck, some from before and some from after, and then a little bit from the day of. And essentially what they're showing is that he had covered up on multiple occasions, including during when he kidnapped Athena, that he had covered up his front-facing camera. But for whatever reason, didn't cover up the dash cam. I don't know if he wasn't aware it was rolling or what, but he didn't. And so that's kind of what's happening. And right now there's some kind of argument, I think, going on with the defense trying to keep some of that out. That appears to be what's happening.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, to me, it looks very damning for him with that. And the testimony from Ranger Espinoza that the camera got covered up about an hour and a half before he actually got to the site, which to me says, hey, he's planning, he knows exactly what he wants to do or what he's going to try to do. And he did cover that up leading up to getting to that location.
Okay, we're seeing people stand up in the courtroom, which makes me think that the jury's leaving the room. We still don't have sound from the courts. So, hold on. So we're waiting to see what's happening here.
It's like the camera's kind of blurred too.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I don't know. This is the vagaries of doing it this way. We don't always have clarity what is going on in the courtroom during these moments when things are kind of being hashed out. If you and I were in that courtroom, we'd be like, oh, that's what's happening, but we're not. So we're having to navigate that. And then, okay, now it looks like everybody's sitting back down, and we may be about to get started again. Zeke, if they start, kill our mics. Okay, go ahead.
Please, you will disregard the last few seconds of that video that was played when Mr. Horner received that phone call. Okay, disregard anything that may have been said or that you observed in that phone call. Okay, all right, say it.
So, did you see where there was an Amber Alert for a little 7-year-old girl that, and she's missing, and she lives in Suriname?
Okay, so they're continuing to argue, it appears, about some of this evidence coming in, and the judge and Keith, we're trying to make sure we understand exactly what he's telling the jury to disregard, because right before they did that, he got a call from someone that sounded like it was probably dispatch that said something about that. Hold on, I gotta get back into my notes here. Oh, somebody called and said, I need a little bit of info on a delivery you had. That phone call came in on December 1st, which is the day after Athena went missing. But then right after this, as they've been in the sidebar, we heard the judge tell the jury to disregard anything you heard in that phone call. So I'm not clear if it was that call, because then we heard something about, then we heard a female voice say there was an Amber Alert. We tried to back up the video a little bit to listen. There was an Amber Alert for a little girl and she's missing. So I'm not completely clear. Maybe you guys caught it, exactly what part he's telling the jury to disregard.
Right. I haven't been able to catch it quite yet. I did hear the instruction that he gave the jury to disregard the conversation that was on video from the phone call. But again, I'm not sure if that's that Amber Alert that you referenced to, or if it was the phone call that he got. If it was both, I don't know what that instruction was totally regarding.
Yeah. And why are they fighting so hard to keep this out?
Well, I mean, I think from the defense standpoint, I think that if he got a phone call and they're questioning him about a delivery, I would assume his response is going to be another lie with whatever he told them about that delivery, which obviously doesn't make their client look good, and they probably want to keep that out if they can. And then if it's an Amber Alert, or hey, he's got notice that some girl's missing and he shows like no concern or just kind of drives like that it's off, then I think that would be something that just again shows just the callousness of this guy and I would assume that that's what the defense is trying to keep out.
And so they have just cut the feed from the courtroom. I'm assuming, would not swear to it, but I think that's probably means they're playing that hour-plus video where he kidnaps and kills Athena. I mean, I'm a little bit of making a guess here. Rebecca's in the courtroom, and so she would not have her phone and be able to like exactly tell us what's happening. Of course, this all makes it a little bit more complicated. Okay, so I was reading the chat, and the chat thinks that what he told the jurors to disregard was the phone call from the man. Okay. Which I'm not sure why they would object to that, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. It all doesn't make their client look good, and so if it's just one.
Can you really unring the bell?
Right. I mean, the judge can give them a instruction to disregard. I mean, I think that probably whatever was said doesn't seem like it was super prejudicial, other than maybe he responds in a way that is another lie, shows it when he's immediately, because that might be the first time that he got confronted about this whole incident, and that's going to be the first thing that he says. It might be something else that just ended up not being true. And again, defense is probably just trying to do whatever they can, minimize whatever they can regarding his culpability or the fact that it's another lie upon lie upon lie.
Yeah, well, I think they've probably at this point heard so much. But I have to wonder from a trial standpoint, when you object that much to something, do you actually imprint it more in the jurors' minds?
I think you definitely can at times. It kind of just depends on how bad whatever it is. Like on something like this, like you said, I'm not sure if it's really, I mean, they've already heard all the other stuff. Is this really going to be something that you have to keep out or that you see a need to keep out? And yeah, I think sometimes the over objections to constantly dealing with this issue could just draw more attention to the jury to maybe focus even more on what they're arguing about or question what they're arguing about.
And while we wait, and here, when Keith, here in a bit, we'll replay Mom's testimony while we wait for the feed to come back up. But in the meantime, we've still got some stuff to talk about. Raymond asks, if the video gets to be too much for a juror, do they have the exit button, so to speak? In other words,
well, I mean, I think that jurors, let's say they're in the jury room, they're going to have to stay in the jury room, and they might close their eyes. They might not want to see whatever the video is, even though it might be covered up. Unfortunately, they're going to be present, and there's not like hey, I've had enough, I got to walk out.
You're a juror, you got to be there.
You have to be there, and all of them have to be there for the trial to go on. If they're missing one, they can't just say, okay, you six, you can go in the back in the jury room while the rest of us watch this video out here. They're going to have to be there. They're going to have to endure it.
Which is why Athena's mom yesterday essentially apologized to them and everybody else that will be in that courtroom that's going to see and hear what I think is being played presumably right now. Rebecca Lopez and Terry Bentley Hill, an attorney who was on with us on day one, are both in that courtroom listening to that, watching and listening to that video. I do not envy them that task. But when it's over, they will come out and talk about what they saw and what they heard. And so somebody's asking, is the jury going to see what they won't allow us to see? And the answer is, of course. I mean, because they're the ones ultimately making the decision of whether or not Tanner Horner gets, life in prison without parole or the death penalty. And so it's important that they see and hear that. And I'm sure it is the stuff of nightmares. I mean, just absolute terror. Before we start talking about, or before we start replaying the mom's video, I still want to go back to Athena's dad. And some more of what, we talked about some of what he had to say. I want to walk through a little bit more of it. He talked about, you know, it was poignant, right, for me, because, you know, ultimately the pain that this family is going through, that's where the rubber meets the road, right? I don't matter. None of us matter, right? It's really, I mean, their pain, their anguish of what they're going through really is what counts, I think. And to hear them speak so in such a real way, right? I don't eloquent, maybe even just, and he speaks so softly, and to the point where at times it was kind of hard to hear him. But you know, he talks about the prosecutor asked, you know, if he has a place where he talks to Athena.
Yeah, the pear tree, the fruitless pear tree, he called it, and he said it was, I guess, a place that she and her stepsister Alice would go to and everything. And I mean, those are those real moments. I mean, you know, people can say, well, I would have said this, or I would have said that, or maybe he should be this way. I mean, the thing that I got from both parents is they're just real people, and they're coping and trying to deal with the worst thing that could happen to a parent. And what does that look like? You know, for her, it's always carrying a bow, Athena's bow. And for him, it's going and having conversations at a fruitless pear tree. And I think it's ironic that it's a fruitless pear tree. You know, it doesn't bloom or anything. And here he is talking to his deceased daughter. I mean, it just, to me, it's gut-wrenching. It is.
Oh, okay. So we are getting word. Zeke just talked in my ear and said that they are on a break. And see, again, you know, here we're not seeing everything that's going on in that courtroom. So they're on a break, presumably continuing the sidebar discussion of whatever it was that we saw right before. So they are not yet playing the video that we're not going to be able to stream. And so this, you know, this is about my seventh or eighth trial that we've live streamed. And, you know, this is part of the tap dance as we watch and wait. And somebody is asking if in that break, when they do play that audio and video, if we could replay Dad as well as Mom. And Zeke, I'm going to tell you right now, I know you're listening. Can you go and ask Edit to cut Dad? And we'll just replay Mom and Dad. And yeah, Zeke said copy that. So they're gonna go take care of it. So when we get to that point where we are waiting for them after they play that terrible video, then during that time we will replay Mom and we will replay Dad, and Keith and I will talk, you know, just talk about it. We'll stop and start a little bit more like a podcast. And we're just, you know, trying to an alternative approach as we navigate this. But, you know, you know, if you're a juror and you're hearing this, what's going through your mind as you think about what these parents have gone through?
Oh, I mean, I think that you can't fathom, right? You can't fathom what this family, what these two parents are going through. And I don't know the makeup of the jury. I would assume that you're going to have some parents. And I just think that, you know, they get home, they probably hug their kids, whether they're 14 like yours or, you know, 2 or 3, they probably hug them a little bit more. They probably tell them they love them. I think that they think about things like this probably in their normal life as it deals with their kids. You know, before I got here today, I dropped my daughter off at elementary school, and she is almost 1 month to the day older than Athena. So I'm thinking about these things and what the mom said. And as I'm looking at my daughter and dropping her off, so I'm pretty sure that these jurors are kind of having those same kinds of feelings.
Oh yeah. Well, and my son, he's now 14, but at the time this happened, he would have been about 10. And I will tell you that in the time that I have, you know, I've covered criminal justice for 30 years. So I'm dating myself, and I have some gray hair, and I've just, you know, quit dyeing it because, you know, it is what it is. But I remember covering years ago a little girl that was killed by the boyfriend, and it was a horrible case. And my son was like 6 weeks either older or younger than that little girl. And I remember when that happened, because the boyfriend gave me an interview, and it just, I remember reading that affidavit in that case, and just in my mind, I could see my own kid. And it was these are the things that stick with you.
They do.
Right. And I can somewhat vicariously understand what's going to live in for these parents. I mean, for these jurors, and they have a hard decision. They really have a hard decision. I mean, ultimately, whether, you know, no matter what. And that, you know, one of the things, it was an old Supreme Court case that said something about death is different. Mm-hmm. And that's why these cases are different. That's why jury selection is different. That's why just even the way the punishment phase is playing out is different. It's just all different.
It's all different. I mean, you know, what this jury is going to have to endure during this trial. I mean, it would not surprise me if some of them need counseling. I mean, it would not surprise me. Well, it will be something that sticks with them the rest of their lives. They will not get the sounds, the things that they see in this trial. They won't ever be able to live a day probably where they don't think of that, or where something doesn't hit them and they reflect back on that. And you know, we hear just some of the comments about, I wonder if we're going to get to see this. I wonder if we're going to get to see that. And, you know, to be honest, I think that it's probably good that we don't have to see, and we don't get to see some of this stuff, because just like Athena's mom said, I think she was watching a video, she said, I got to 1 or 2 minutes and I couldn't see it. And people think that
you cannot unsee it.
You can't unsee it, and you can't unhear it, and you can't take away what that does to your mental just your mental ability to just live life without reverting back or seeing things like that. And I think that it's a good thing that the general public doesn't see it, because I think that anyone, maybe short of Tanner Horner, anyone is going to be affected by that.
Well, no, because Tanner Horner, from everything that I can see, is an absolute and utter narcissist who clearly has, when you do something like this, you cannot, you lack empathy. I had Jen Falk on here the other day. You know, Jen did, was a child abuse prosecutor. And of course, one of my earlier trials, first trials that we did with Siobhan Randall, Jen prosecuted that case. And what she was talking about is that people like this, you can't understand them.
Right.
You can't get into their mind because their mind doesn't work like ours.
Right.
There's something fundamentally broken about them.
Right. And one, you can't fathom thinking of causing this harm to a child, to an innocent person. And then to just think of how you can sit there and have these interviews with the ranger and law enforcement and make statements of, oh, fun fact about me, this, or fun fact. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Do you remember that?
fact.
And that was one thing that just stuck out to me. And I'm just
Fun
like,
fact,
yeah,
dude.
how do you talk about fun fact when they're investigating the death of and the 7-year-old that's missing? So as Jen said, who's a great attorney and does such a good job. I really enjoyed listening to her break this down as well. But, you know, as she said, you can't even wrap your mind to just go there or to think. I couldn't wrap my mind sitting in that courtroom and not shedding a tear, not being totally disgusted with the conduct and remorseful and just torn up over the whole situation. But, you know, to one extent, that is a benefit to the prosecution, because it's a lot easier to ask a jury to impose death on someone or to find those special issues, answer those special issues in the way that they want them to. It's a lot easier when you say, hey, he's different than the rest of us. You know, so when you answer these questions, you're not answering this question for someone that thinks like you do, that lives life like you do, that makes the decisions in life like you do. So to have that separation, because it's a lot easier to answer those questions whenever you don't see this person, I don't want to say as human, but really his conduct is just not human.
It is inhuman to do something like this. And folks, I am monitoring the chat. You're correct. I will not be hearing that audio and video. And frankly, I am quite okay with that. My colleague, Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter, will be hearing that. And again, we have Terry Bentley Hill, an attorney who was with us on day one, who will be there with us to help us break it down. And some of you guys have expressed that you're concerned about me. And I really do appreciate that, because it is difficult to sit here day after day and watch this stuff and hear this stuff. I know after Uvalde, I did the Uvalde trial a few months ago, and I was deeply affected by that. But it's part of what we do. It's part of the importance of breaking these trials down and explaining, why things are happening, how they're happening. And it's frankly, for me, it's an honor to get to do this.
Sure.
I appreciate the opportunity. So enough about me. If you folks have any questions that you want to put in the chat, I see Katie had a question. If you put it back in the chat, I'll ask it. I just don't. I missed it. So if you have questions, just put them in the chat, and we'll try to answer them, as best we can. For you, Kevin, Keith. Oh my God! See, I knew this was going to happen.
It was bound to happen.
So Keith has a twin brother. You guys, I mean, when he walked in today, it was like, holy cow! They look alike. They sound alike. This is going to be something to try to keep their names straight today. And your mom, Kevin and Keith. Are you kidding me? I mean, you're just like, it's like, but anyway, no, you're great. And but it was really, because your brother had told me we look and sound alike, and I was like, oh. And you walk in, I'm like, wow, they do look and sound alike. That is amazing. I can just imagine like the practical jokes that you could play in the courthouse, but would get you in a lot of trouble if you got busted.
Yeah, we usually don't do that at the courthouse. With that, it's kind of one of those things. Whenever you're both in dockets and dealing with judges and courtrooms and things like that, you don't have to, because it just happens. Like he might appear in a court or with a prosecutor 5 minutes before I come in, and it's just that kind of double whip. Well, what are you back to talk about this client? No, I'm Keith or whatever and stuff. So we're used to it, and so I give a lot of grace there on and most of the time we'll leave an answer to his name until someone gets too specific. So
That's funny. Okay, so here's some questions. Do you think the phone call from someone else was hearsay?
Well, I mean, I don't think hearsay is an out-of-court statement used for the truth of the matter asserted is what the definition of it is. So is it hearsay? I'm not sure if the prosecutor offered that video to try to specifically get that conversation in and have that be part of the evidence. So I just think that it's something that maybe defense just doesn't want. Maybe it makes the client look bad or something like that. I mean, I guess technically if the prosecution, was saying, hey, I'm offering it to show he was a bad guy because he didn't respond appropriately, then yeah, it'd be hearsay. But I just think that it's just something that happened to get caught on the video, and defense doesn't want it there.
Well, and probably for good reason.
Sure.
Okay, so here's another question. Will the jury be expected to come back with no emotion after hearing or seeing this video? Do they get to pause, or is it just straight through the video? Okay, so, well, okay, I'll let you answer that, but we're getting a live look again. We see Tanner Horner has been brought back into the courtroom, so perhaps this sidebar is ended or about to end. But go ahead and answer.
So
that
the
question.
quick answer to that is, I mean, they're human. Jurors are human. So if they respond emotionally or they cry and things like that, I mean, the court's not going to tell them you can't have any emotion after you see this. Now, do they have maybe a break after they watch the video where maybe they get to walk out before they start back? Maybe that's something that the judge or the court decides to do. But I mean, they're human beings at the end of the day, just like everyone else. And so if they have emotional responses, they cry, they're disgusted, you know, they're stressed. I would imagine some are going to be very stressed having to watch this. And so that's just kind of how the nature of trials.
Right, absolutely. So somebody asked, do all digital devices get confiscated when entering the gallery to prevent leaks of the audio? I do know that Rebecca's not been able to take her phone into the courtroom. Some judges have different rules on that. Some judges will allow you to have the phone with you as long as you keep it on silent. There's a variety of rules. Whatever the rule is, you better not get busted breaking it. I will tell you that.
Right.
And hey, Zeke, can you at least put the video up behind us so folks can kind of see what I'm seeing, which is we can see that people are standing up. Maybe they're about to bring the jury in here. Somebody's asking, are they on break or viewing the video? Well, Heather, they ended up going out on a sidebar. Basically, the defense was fighting some of the video that they were seeking to get in, and so that I think he may have turned that into their mid-morning break. Is kind of what was happening. Somebody asked, what's the judge's name? The judge's name is George Gallagher. He's a former district judge in Tarrant County. Great judge. He presided over the Aaron Dean trial. That's the Fort Worth police officer that was shot and killed. He also presided over some other stuff that I've been involved in, and just a great judge. You know him well.
He's a great judge. Judge Gallagher had a lot of respect on both sides of the aisle. So prosecutors love him, defense bar loves him. And you can see he just lets both sides try their cases. He's not getting in the middle of trying to make it about him or anything, and just a true professional.
Run this figured out here. We're ready. Okay.
I have some packages for down here. Am I able to go that way or? Okay. What's going on? Oh, shit. Is this not 3575? Oh, no, wrong road. Thank you. Get through, there's people on the way. Get through. Hey, can you tell them I need to get through? There's like people in a vehicle on the way. Huh? No, that's the only way out. I have more packages to deliver. That's the only way out. There's like more packages I need to deliver.
You can pull up and try to ask them to get through, but there's been a kidnapping. So it's all blocked off. So you'll have to just pull up and ask them if they'll let you through, but there's been 7 girls taken.
You serious?
That's what all this is for.
$24.
Oh, are you serious? So if you pull up and ask the officers right here, if they'll let you through, it's all locked off. Yeah, people keep getting away now.
Ready for the next video? Okay. Is that video number 3? Video number 3. Okay. I need to take a short break for just a few minutes. Okay. We'll call you right back in, probably about 10 minutes. Okay.
Okay, so they are taking a break. Wow. This, you know, the amazingness of technology, right? You know, when I started doing this kind of thing wouldn't have existed.
Right. Yeah,
right?
Right.
You know, the searches on the internet that we saw the other day, how he's searching for, you know, Paradise Missing Girl and downloading her photo. And then, you know, him when he put in, you know, a search of, you know, do FedEx trucks continuously record? Guess what? They continuously record when that truck is moving.
Right.
So, yeah. And so we hear him the day after he's killed Athena Strand.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my outrage is kicking back up again. He is driving around as if nothing's happening, and then comes upon the search and he's honking. And then when he encounters this woman and she, you know, explaining to him that the reason the road is closed, there's been a kidnapping, which he's done, by the way, he responds with, "Are you serious?"
Right. Yeah. I mean, you wouldn't have had this kind of evidence 15, 20 years ago, right? You wouldn't have all the cameras, but boy, just the gall of it, right? I mean, we're
gall,
sitting there, we're watching
words fail.
Yeah. And he, oh, what is this? Like, as he comes up and he sees a police car and he sees all these trucks and people searching, and then the lady that comes up to him and says, "Hey, you're gonna have to hold on. There's a kidnapping. Are you serious?" Like, he is so shocked and floored by this. And to me, the thing was, oh, today's the day that you actually want to do work for FedEx. You didn't want to do it yesterday.
No, when you were busy
kidnapping her. You know, and it's like, well, I got 4 more packages to deliver. They just told you that there's a kidnapping, and all you can think of is, I got 4 more packages that I need to deliver down here. So, yeah.
And by the way, some of the packages that he is delivering are the packages that he did not deliver because he killed Athena.
Yeah.
He's busy out trying to deliver those packages because the package that he was delivering to Athena's house, the Barbie dolls, the career Barbie dolls that she was going to get for Christmas, that package is left discarded behind on that property, but it's not recorded in the system as being delivered. But the packages that he should have delivered after that don't get delivered. And that next day, he's out delivering those, right? As well as the other stuff that he's supposed to be delivering. But yeah. Words almost failed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, not just the words, the actions too, right? The honking of the horn. Like, I'm so impatient. You see him throw his hands up at one point.
How dare you not let me in?
I can't believe that I can't get down this street.
And he's riding around like he knows nothing about this. I'm just a normal little FedEx delivery guy. Really?
Yeah.
Really? And then I go back to when they get him in custody, and a week after he has led them to Athena's body, he gets in touch with them and wants to speak to that ranger again. And what does he start off with? "I'd like to cut a deal.
Right.
I'll give you all the details.
Just let me go home with a leg monitor
for
30 days.
Yeah,
so my son has the best Christmas because it's going to be my last Christmas with my son." Yeah.
There's I don't even know what I mean, malignant narcissist. I mean, I'm not a psychiatrist.
Yeah.
There is some psychiatric definition to the evil that is at play here. But I'm sorry, don't blaming this on Asperger's. I know autistic people. I mean, being autistic does not make you a murderer.
Right.
So to me, the defense has, I don't even know how they get over the bar here.
Yeah, it's I'm sure it's always been uphill for them. I think it seems like when you don't think that you would hear more or find more stuff, that you're just like, what? Then the next day happens, and then there's another piece of evidence that they show, and I mean, I just think to see, I mean, we get to see how he is the day after this happens, less than 24 hours after he kills a 7-year-old, and he's smoking a cigarette, and he's driving his route, and he's impatient, and he's honking his horn, and he's acting like he doesn't know anything, and he's actually driving by where he was the day before, where he should have been the day before, and just nothing triggers an emotional response from him. He's not emotional. Oh my gosh, I'm back at the same location. There's nothing.
No, there's a cold, calculated. The fact that he is covering up that front-facing camera a couple times in the days preceding and on the day when he's kidnapping Athena shows me that he knew exactly what he was doing.
Mm-hmm.
He was planning this. If it hadn't been Athena, it would have been another little girl.
Well, I think the thing that I've kind of picked up on from just this trial, whether you look at the sexual assault victims, the 2 women that testified, I mean, to me, I just see he's more of a person that capitalizes on an opportunity. You know, I think that he either sets it up to create the opportunity for himself, or whenever a situation arises, he capitalizes on it for his benefit or his gain, is what I kind of see, which is, again, what I think is going to be an issue that plays to the state's hand on future danger, because, hey, you know, this is just a guy that when he gets an opportunity to do something bad, he does something bad. So to say that you can, I don't want to say guarantee that he's not a future danger, but to believe that he's not a future danger, you'd probably have to believe that he would not take advantage of opportunities in a way that could be harmful to other people. And we see what his thoughts are on other people, and it's really not much. It's more about what he gets, what he does, what happens to him, and not necessarily the rest of the people in his community or around him.
Well, you look at even the letter that he writes to Athena's mom, I mean, to her parents, you know, basically saying, you know, how sorry he is, but then it's all about how, oh, poor me, my life, and that, you know, FedEx wasn't treating me nicely, and, you know, all these things. And then he also writes a letter to the detectives where he claims that there's this man with a rifle, and the man with the rifle is the one that really did it, which is a completely different story than Zero, of course, you know, because before it was Zero made me do it. So it's all that. So I've been looking at questions in the chat. Somebody asked, is Dad taking the stand? The dad has already taken the stand. He was our first witness at the start of this morning. Right now the jury's on a break. We've been watching these videos from this delivery truck. These are videos that either precede like the days before, or one part of the video that we saw is from showing him covering up the camera on the day that Athena's kidnapped. And then, of course, the day after, where we see this encounter where he's just out delivering packages and he encounters someone on the road and the road is blocked. And when he doesn't get let through, he's just, you know, upset, clearly.
Sure.
So we know that while we're waiting, well, so of course they're on a break, but we know that eventually this morning they're going to play that hour-plus video in the courtroom of where Athena is kidnapped or murdered. Again, that will not be live streamed. During that time, Keith and I will be here, and we're going to replay the father's testimony, and we're going to replay the mother's testimony. We were trying to decide kind of how during that time how we could fill the gap, and so we're going to replay that testimony because I think, you know, people, as hard as it is to listen to, again, it is where the rubber meets the road.
And it seems like it's definitely of interest to the viewers as well. A lot of comments wondering about the dad's testimony or the mom's testimony, and so I think that that'll be something that they will be able to see if they've already missed it.
Keith, somebody asked, do you think he might have done something like this before?
I don't know. You know, I'm pretty sure that the Ranger Espinosa and probably some of the investigators have probably either questioned that or looked to see if there's anything that would show that. You know, I just don't know. I mean, I don't know if we'll ever know if it's happened before.
Yeah. Well, and one thing I've talked about with the other guests, and we talked a little bit about it this morning, is that videos like these didn't exist before. When I first started as a crime reporter back in, dating myself, 1995, 1996, that realm. At the Pasadena Citizen, and just outside Houston, none of this existed. You didn't have, you know, there was no dash cams, there was no body cams, cell phones. I didn't even have a cell phone back then. And so you think about this case, does Tanner Horner get caught? And I don't know how you feel about this, but I think there's a high likelihood that he gets away with it.
You know, it definitely doesn't get solved as fast as it did. You know, and maybe it is one of those deals that he might have gotten away with it. You know, I don't know, because, you know, at some point, depending on if they find her body, how they find her body, if there could have been some sort of insight after examining it, you know, then maybe. But yeah, I mean, it definitely is a more compelling case now because you have the video evidence, you have all these things that maybe you wouldn't have had before. You get to see exactly how he was leading up to that. You get to see his preparation leading up to this.
You get to see his internet searches.
You get to see his internet searches. You get to see all the things that this guy's into that maybe he doesn't tell you that he's into, but when they start looking at things, they can see that BDSM and all these other things that don't fare well.
I had to
for
look that up. I was like, exactly what?
Yeah, all those things that maybe he's not going to tell you, but you see it now because of this, all the forensics and all the newer technology and everything. So it's definitely a different case if he is apprehended 20 years ago, if this happened.
It's a much more circumstantial case.
Sure.
Because I don't even know 20 years ago, do you really have DNA?
You don't. I mean, 96, like when it was just coming, I think 96.
Well, that 96 is 30 years ago.
Well, I think it was coming onto the scene and still being fleshed out and everything like that. So, I mean,
and the DNA is so minuscule, right? And in this particular case, the DNA
on the swabs
is so I don't even know if you really get DNA that you could match him to, because like the YSTR testing, that wouldn't have existed back then.
Right.
YSTR testing is very, very new. I don't know when exactly it came around, but I feel like that's within the last decade, right?
I had a case where we used YSTR whenever I was in the DA's office, and I left the DA's office in 2014. So that's 12 years. And so probably 15 years ago, maybe. But more than a decade, but still newer.
Okay, so I've been watching your questions here in the chat, and so somebody asked, do you think Athena's parents will speak again? It's possible. At some point, once we get through punishment and the jury makes their decision, they'll have presumably victim impact statements, and it's possible that they will take the stand again. It's also possible we could hear from other family members or friends. I mean,
I would assume they definitely, especially mom, I would definitely think that she's going to probably have a statement to give in victim impact. So I definitely think that you will hear probably from her. And like you said, maybe some other family members that'll be able to say something. That's after he's sentenced. It's not before he gets sentenced to whatever that sentence is, that they will have an opportunity to say and speak directly to him. In guilt, innocence, and punishment, they're testifying, but they can't ask him questions. They can't talk to him directly. Well, I say that mom, whenever she said, Athena loved everyone, and everyone except for one person loved her, directing that kind of sort of.
And also about the shirt.
And the shirt and those things. But that would be a more appropriate time where they're actually able to voice, whether it's disdain, whether it's forgiveness, whatever is they think of, whatever they want to say to this defendant, they'll be able to do that at the very end.
Okay, so I'm continuing to write your questions down as best I can. So somebody was asking about whether she was a victim of sexual assault. I think at this point, the answer is inconclusive, because when the medical examiner testified, she testified that there was, that Athena did not have injuries to her vaginal or to her private areas. But there was DNA that was recovered on a vaginal swab, and they were able to do this YSTR testing. This is a testing where they isolate the Y chromosome, which is the male chromosome, and he was not excluded, right? But and you can explain this again, because people jump in and out of these chats, so they may not have heard your explanation earlier. But typically, YSTR testing is done in cases where you just have a really minute sample.
When you have a minute sample and you think that there potentially could be identifiers, DNA identifiers, or in what they call the loci in locations, and you might have a partial profile. You don't have a total full profile that you can extract. We talked about that earlier. And so you might use YSTR testing. And if y'all remember, whenever the expert was talking about them doing the YSTR, it had to be pursuant to a court order. And then both sides, the defense and the state, had to agree where this was going. And it's because when they do the YSTR testing, whatever that sample is that they're examining, it usually destroys it. And so what you don't want, and what they didn't want in a death penalty case, is for it to get sent to some lab, and then later the defense say, oh, I wouldn't have wanted it to be sent to that lab. I would have wanted it to go here. So they had both sides agree to where it would go, because once that thing got tested, it was no more. And I think that the expert talked about it was going to destroy the sample. And so there would be
which is
no
probably why
future
we heard
testing.
that testimony, maybe. Right. Somebody asked, could the water she was in have impacted the sample?
For sure.
Because she's in the water for about 3 days.
Right. I think
Well, we don't know how long she's in the water, because it's possible he could have moved her. We don't really know.
Right.
But anyway, go ahead.
Well, I think so. You've got water coming in contact with her body. She's naked when she's recovered. So, I mean, I think that all of those things could be factors into how much DNA they were able to recover. The fact that they were even able to do YSTR or find some
That's
evidence,
almost a miracle.
It's almost a miracle. So it definitely causes impact. I think that the forensic examiner, I think she testified to the impacts that when you don't have someone at a particular scene where the death actually occurred and there's movement and things, that it does affect what evidence is recovered ultimately off of that body.
Okay, folks, we just got word. Zeke just told me in my earpiece that they have started the video, the one that we cannot stream. That's the video where you see where he kidnaps Athena, and Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter, and again, Terry Bentley Hill, they are in that courtroom. And when the video is finished, they will come out and describe for us what they have seen and heard. And I really think, based on what we've heard, that they will rest. I think they're going to rest after this. So we're going to start. So while we wait, because I know you guys are interested in rehearing Athena's mom and also her father. Let's start off with Athena's mom. This is I think it's about 40 minutes. And we're going to, Keith and I are going to listen to it. Zeke, are you able to, do you have it up yet? Oh, it's okay. Are you, and I'm sometimes see, guys, you're seeing a little bit of the sausage get made here. Can you put something on the super that lets people know that we're replaying something, that this is not live? This is actually, we're replaying something. So, oh, wow, it's small. I'm old and blind. Okay, now I see it. Okay, all right. Maybe make it, I don't know if we can make it a little bigger. Just feels like.
Yeah, I can see that previously recorded, I think is what's going to show.
But okay, so let's go ahead and start it and take a listen to Athena's mom, Maitland Gandy.
Put one in the record.
Right.
Everyone may be seated. All right, we are ready to proceed, ladies and gentlemen. This witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Stegman.
Thank you, Judge. And we've seen you sitting here in court since this case started. Would you introduce yourself to the court?
My name is Maitland Gandy. I'm better known as the mother of Athena Presley Monroe Strand.
And I'm going to show you something that's been admitted already in the evidence. Would you please? Yes. Ms. Thompson talked about this picture here, and I want to ask you, she mentioned that she had a little grin on her face. Do you have a better explanation about why she has a grin on her face?
I do. So this was taken about a month before she was murdered, and we were at a Mexican restaurant in our hometown, and I wanted to get a picture of her and her baby sister, my baby sister, all together, and she stole an orange from my drink, and she had it in her mouth to look like she looked like a little monkey. And I took the original picture, not noticing the orange in her mouth, and then of course, being the mom that I am, I said, Athena Presley, and she immediately closed her lips around that orange so she could hide the orange and take the picture that I wanted.
That's the reason for the grin.
Yes, sir.
You said this picture was taken when?
About a month before she was killed.
Let me show you another picture that's been admitted to the evidence. And I think we've seen this. When was this picture taken?
That was taken on November 26th of 2022. It was a Saturday. It was about 1:30 p.m. And that was in the front seat of my Jeep.
And notice she's got a white shirt on here. What's the symbolism of this white shirt? What's she wearing?
It says, "We are family 2022," because we always had matching fall pajamas for Halloween and matching Christmas pajamas. It was a part of our holiday traditions.
And was it just her, or was there somebody else with whom?
No, you can see my baby, Rylan.
Is this right here?
Yes.
And how many days before she was murdered was this picture taken?
4 days.
4 days. And I'm noticing something on her head here. What's on her head?
That is her red bow for Christmas, because red was the theme for our family that year.
And I noticed you have something in your hand there. Show that to the jury.
This is her red bow.
Not the same red bow that we see in that picture.
Yes, sir.
Do you leave home without that?
Not when I come to the state.
Okay. Maybe back home every once in a while?
Every once in a while. Quick trip to Walmart, maybe.
Something else about this picture. Was this one of the last times you saw Athena?
I had a little bit more than 24 hours left with her. I just didn't know it at the time.
And we heard from Ms. Thompson that Athena was living here a little while. And I guess that little more time is the time it took you to get from where you were in Oklahoma to the meeting spot with Jacob. Is that right?
Yes.
And I say Jacob, who's Jacob?
Jacob is Athena's daddy.
Okay. And where do y'all normally meet?
ASAP in Bowie, Texas.
Okay. Is that a convenience store?
It's a gas station of sorts. It's gotten better over the years.
Okay. Stop and rob, if you will.
Yes, sir.
So y'all exchange on that day, right?
We exchanged Sunday, November 27th of 2022.
you remember the last thing you said to Athena?
I told her that I loved her and that I would see her on Friday. We had a quick drop off because her daddy was going to take them to the Christmas lights that night. So it's not the goodbye that I would have wanted.
So you and Jacob, when is Athena born with you and Jacob? What's her birthday?
She was born Saturday, May 23rd of 2015 at 9:01 p.m.
And let me ask you, from the time she was born until the last time you saw her, how would you describe her as a child?
She was the perfect mixture of me and Jacob. She loved to wear her pretty princess dresses, but at the same time, she would play in the dirt in those same pretty princess dresses. And she was free, and she was wild, and she was bright, and she was loving. She wanted to be loved and to give love, and that's it.
Now, she got older. Did she have some things that were kind of her favorites and the things that she liked to do?
That's a broad question to ask. Athena loved everything. She loved life. We liked to watch movies together. It was very common for us to have movie nights, popcorn and candy. It was very common for her to want to ride her horse with her Aunt Keith. It was very common for her to want to do anything outdoors with her father, so long as her father was around. She watched him butcher animals. She watched him clear property. As long as Daddy was around, she was great with being dirty and being outside.
So the people are clear. Or you and Jacob, would you agree that y'all live a country life?
Very much so.
And when you say butchering animals, Jacob's a bit of a hunter, right?
Yes.
I just want people to think that we're out, on the other side of Fort Worth doing that in the front yard, okay?
No.
So let's talk a little bit about you and Jacob. You and Jacob were young when you had Athena.
Very
How
much
old were you?
I was 19 when I had Athena.
And Jacob was a little older than you?
Jacob was 23. He had just turned 23.
And I think we may have heard this. We heard from Ashley, Jacob's wife at the time. You and Jacob didn't stay together
No, I didn't.
permanently. But let me ask you, how do you feel you and Jacob were as parents for Athena?
There were rough moments, but we always had an agreement that those rough moments didn't need to enter into our children's lives. We co-parented, in my opinion, pretty dang well. Because as long as Athena's needs were met and she was happy, that was important to him and I.
Any doubts at all that you, or Jacob, or your family in Oklahoma, or his family here in Texas absolutely loved Athena?
There is no doubt whatsoever that every single person that has ever met Athena, besides maybe one, absolutely loved Athena.
Is that the kid on the bus?
It's actually the defendant in this case. I would like to think that he doesn't love her. That kid on the bus may also not particularly care for her.
The one she smacked in the head with a water bottle.
Mommy did teach her that no means no.
Right. So independent?
She gets that from me.
Okay. And strong?
Physically, she gets that from her father.
Now, you told me about an event. It's actually a tragic event. Your mother died 4 or 5 years ago. Is that right?
It's been almost 8 years. This year will make 8.
8 years ago. And tell me what happened with regard to that. And I don't want to ask you about your mom's death, but I think it involves Athena, and I'd like you to tell the jury about that.
Well, it was Friday, December 28th of 2018. I went to work early that morning, as I did all the time. And my mom wasn't supposed to die. She was just fine, but she used to keep Athena for me whenever I went to work. And she just died. But Athena, being Athena, I don't know how she knew. I didn't train her, I didn't teach her what death was. She hadn't had death in her life. But she ran out to my Nana's house, which would be her great-grandmother. And it's about an acre away. Each of these houses are on about an acre. And she went and got help. And the only reason we know that is because there's a ring camera outside the house. And she just kept telling my Nana, Granny's dead. My Nana, being my Nana, didn't grab her phone before she left the house and couldn't get into my mom's phone because it had a code on it. So she sent Athena another acre away in the opposite direction to get more help. She was only 3.5.
So at 3.5 years old, she's toddling herself all over the place to try to help her mom.
Yes. Next to me, pretty positive my mom loved her more than anyone else in this world did.
Do you remember when you got the call and when you received the information that Athena had gone missing? Do you remember that time?
I do.
And where were you at that time when you got the information that she had just been missing?
I was in my house. My phone had died. And
Okay, folks, we're going to talk a little bit about what we just watched. I think this is the way we're going to do this video. We just heard this story about Athena is 3.5 years old, and she has the wherewithal to go for help.
Yeah. You know, her mom just tells this story about Athena's grandmother passing away. And it sounds like Athena might have been the one that found the body, and at 3.5 years old, hadn't experienced death, but knew something was wrong. And I think as she testifies and says Athena ran to, I think, the grandmother's house,
right?
Athena's great-grandmother's house, and summons for help. And then her grandmother's mother, who had passed away, well, her grandmother's mother who came to see the grandmother had left her phone. And so then Athena has to trek another acre to get to another neighbor's house to get help. But just the wherewithal of that little girl to be a part of helping and doing what she needed to do, and realizing that something wasn't right.
I mean, that says something. I mean, I don't know if my son at 3.5 years old would have had the presence of mind,
right,
to be able. It says something about, just her. This little kid was smart.
She was smart, and it sounds like she was very loved too. Her mom says that the grandmother, apart from the mom, probably loved Athena more than anything else in the world. So you can tell, and even just with the testimony that we'll hear about the relationship of the parents and their co-parenting, I mean, I think Athena was a very loved girl by her parents and her family.
Absolutely. Okay, Zeke, you can kill our mics. We're going to listen to Athena now. Athena's mom now describe getting word that Athena has gone missing.
Jacob called my little sister, who was too far out from me. So she called my older sister, and my older sister came banging on the door like you would have thought the house was on fire. And I opened the door and she said, Athena's missing. And immediately I said, no, she's not. So I went and got my phone, and Jacob's name popped up on my phone.
So you knew something was not right.
Yes.
Now, how far is it from your house in Oklahoma to County Road 3573 that we've been talking about?
Typically it's about a 2-hour drive.
And how fast did you make that drive on that particular day?
I made it within 45 minutes.
Let me ask you, did you go straight there? Or did you have a stop along the way?
Unfortunately, I let my car run pretty clear out of gas, and I said that I would get gas before work the next morning. So I had to stop and get gas in Comanche.
And so then you found your way this direction.
Yes, I did.
Some people will say that moms know when things happen. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
How do you know something wasn't right?
On my way down to Jacob's house, I stayed on the phone with him pretty well most of the way until I got to about Ryan, Oklahoma. And then it felt like I was dying. I couldn't breathe, but I knew I had to keep going. I almost tapped the brakes because I thought I was having a heart attack. But I just told myself that if I kept going, it would be okay and I would find her.
So long as mama can get there, it's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
You get there, thing is still missing.
Yeah.
What do you do in that time period between when she's missing and when we find out what happened? What do you do during that time period?
When I got there, an officer asked me who I was. I told him I was Athena's mom. He directed me back inside my Jeep and told me that they were bringing dogs out and that my scent could throw the dogs off. So I had to stay inside my Jeep.
And then during those next 2 days, what are you doing during those next 2 days?
At 4 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, December 1st, an officer had told me that they had taken away the dogs and I could get out of the vehicle. And I asked him, can I search myself? He said yes. So Ashley's dad, Jacob's dad, my uncle, and Jacob and I went out and searched all of Jacob's property and the surrounding properties, even though all of those people were probably sound asleep in their own beds and we didn't ask permission. And later that day, when more volunteers had come out and more officers arrived, I had talked to a few different investigators throughout the time. I walked lineups. I walked that county road over and over and over again. I searched Jacob's ponds, but she wasn't there. And I'm not from that county, so I didn't know where else to go, and I didn't know where else to look. I just knew she wasn't there.
Heard from Sheriff Aiken that he had a meeting with you and Jacob, actually, and some of your family members at a church in Conville. Do you remember that meeting?
Yes, I do.
And I know this may be tough, but I think it's important. When you're told that Athena is no longer with us, what's your first reaction?
I wanted to tell Sheriff Aiken that he didn't know what he was talking about. I asked him if I could confirm that that was my daughter, and he told me no, because she looks too bad. And I went into a place of denial. I stopped breathing and I started to black out as I heard Ashley screaming. I knew it. I knew it was him.
At some point, you gotta be a mom again, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we are listening to what I would call the worst moments of this mother's life. I mean, there's many horrible worst moments, but these are among the worst. Getting the word that Athena is missing, driving down from Oklahoma within 45 minutes, which is, I mean, I don't know how fast you'd have, running out of gas, and getting there, and being told that they can't search yet because the dogs are going out, and then searching the pond, and then being told by the sheriff. You just feel this mother's pain.
You feel it. And what she says, and just the sheriff telling her, hey, you can't come out because your scent might throw the dogs off and everything. And so with that, by the time that they call the dogs off, it's 4 a.m. And she says that she and Athena's dad and his dad and other family members then start doing their own search, and they start walking the property. And she talks about not being familiar with the county, but walking everywhere that she figured she could. And she checked the ponds, and then she didn't know what else to do after that. And I just couldn't imagine, 4 o'clock in the morning, it's dark. You don't know what you're going to come across, what you're going to see. You know what you're looking for. Just the anguish of everything that this mom had to go through. I couldn't fathom it.
Well, and you can't wrap your mind around, I mean, at that point, she can't yet wrap her mind around, up until the time the sheriff tells her she knows something. Obviously, it's quickly becoming clear that something horrible is happening. But to wrap your mind around the fact that someone has snatched her little girl and killed them, I can't even imagine what would go. How you would even come to grips with that.
Right.
That's just unimaginable.
Right. And she says what her first thoughts or first things that she says to the sheriff is that you're wrong about this, or surely this isn't right.
And wants to see her.
And wants to see her. And then they tell her, well, you don't need to see her. You can't, because she just looks too bad. I mean, I couldn't fathom or imagine the pain that mom would go to. And she then said, and I quickly was in denial leading up to that and everything. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it gets any worse as a parent, really. If there is something worse as a parent, I don't know what it is.
I don't either. Okay, folks, we're going to continue listening to this video. Next up is going to be Maitland Gandy describing going to that funeral home and seeing her daughter's body for the first time. So let's take a listen.
At some point, you got to plan a funeral, don't you?
Yes, sir.
At some point, you got to see Athena for yourself. Is that right?
Yes.
Did that happen?
Yes. On Tuesday, December 6th of 2022, I was allowed to see Athena for the first time. I went in about an hour before I'd actually told Jacob to show up, because I didn't know what she would look like, and I didn't know how bad it would be. And I didn't want him to see our daughter like that. So I went in around 8 in the morning with just my dad. And her ears were messed up, and she had incision lines, and her chin was scraped up. And so we put her in a hospital gown because I didn't have clothes for her, and she was naked. And I searched her body looking for any reason that wasn't my baby. And then we did her makeup so Jacob wouldn't have to see the discoloration and how bad it was.
Still have your mom, don't you?
Yes, always.
Always. I'm gonna make a guess that Athena didn't stay in that little gown very long, did she?
No, she did not. It wasn't pretty enough.
Tell me what mom does to go fix that.
Well, I wasn't from Wise County. I didn't know where to go or what to do, and I couldn't sleep. So I wandered around Walmart until I found a few dresses to pick from. And I wanted to make sure that she was just, when I got to her, she was so cold and she didn't like the cold. So I wanted to make sure that she was dressed. So I picked out clothes. I picked out socks and panties and shoes and leggings and dresses. And I wanted to make sure she had one of her bows. So I got her some bows.
It's a pretty consistent theme with her with the bow, wasn't it?
There's actually a joke that me and my cousin do. We have a child. I did have a child around the same age. But back in 2014 and 2015, it was very common to put bows on little girls that were bigger than their head. And Athena just kind of adapted that and never grew out of it.
That's why we got the picture here.
Yeah.
Now, do you have another daughter?
I do.
And what's the age difference between your other daughter and Athena?
4 years and 7 months.
Now, I've asked before of witnesses to describe for me their favorite picture of your younger daughter and Athena. Do you have one?
Okay, so we're going to stop it right here. We want to talk about this scene, this moment. Maitland Gandy goes to the funeral home, and she has decided she wants to be there before Athena's dad because she doesn't want him to see his little girl like that.
Well, you say that now, man, just the strength of that mom, because, you know, like I told you, I have a daughter that's a month older than what Athena was. And the fact that the mom would want to not let the dad see his little girl in whatever state she was, boy, I mean, I don't know how that's not compelling to a jury to hear that.
It's selfless.
Oh, so sacrificial, right? Like, it's just a selfless, let me endure seeing all this. And she talks about the incisions and the injuries on the chin and putting makeup on her for that. And you know, as she's describing the things that she gets for her, because she knew that Athena didn't want to be cold and didn't like being cold, and she's naked and I want to get her clothes. And
initially she puts her in a gown.
Right.
Because that's all they had.
That's all they had. And she talks about, well, I'm not familiar with Wise County, so I found a Walmart and I went and got her everything. You know, I went and got her socks and shoes. And the thing that stuck out to me hearing it again today is she talks about panties and bows. And I just started thinking of the body and getting panties and how the mother wanted to give her daughter dignity in a way,
dignity that Tanner
a
had robbed
dignity
her
that
of.
Tanner did not allow her, to the point of even putting panties on her daughter and everything. And boy, I just think that this has been so compelling to just hear what she talks about of all the things that she had to go through.
And I don't, it's just as hard to listen to today as it was yesterday. I mean, I'm gutted just listening to this mom walk us through again the worst moments and the worst days of her life.
Yeah.
Okay, Zeke, we're gonna restart it. So she's now talking about her younger daughter. I think her name is Ryland, or she calls her Rye, and that and you know, just walking us through Athena's relationship with her and her decision about how she's going to handle Athena's death with her younger daughter. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
It was the first one I ever took of them together.
So that'd be right after your daughter was born.
Yes, sir.
And what's Athena doing in this picture?
She's holding Ryan, and she is beaming. She's been asking me for a sibling for a year or more, and she finally got her. I didn't want her to be alone if something ever happened to me. Because when Mom died and Athena was asking for a sibling, I looked around and I said, hey, at least I've got my sisters.
Let me ask you about your daughter. How old was your second daughter? I think it was your first.
Yes, she was.
She also Jacob's first too.
Yes, she was.
And how old was your second daughter, Riley, when Athena was born? When Athena was born, I want to get this exact.
When Ryan was born,
Yeah, when Riley was born, how old was Athena?
Athena was 4.5.
And then when Athena was killed, how old was Riley?
We had Athena's funeral on December 9th of 2022. I got her ashes the next morning on December 10th of 2022. And that was also Ryland's 3rd birthday. And I brought her sister home. It just wasn't the way I was supposed to.
How'd you go about talking to little sister about what happened to her big sister?
I didn't know how to tell her, and I didn't think I was strong enough to tell her. So I lied to her for a long time. I would tell her that she was just staying with her daddy for a little bit longer. And when she asked to FaceTime her or to call her, I would tell her that she was at school, or she was sleeping, or she was, I'm sorry. I would lie to her. Until about a year ago, she didn't know the whole truth. And, but I didn't tell her that Athena was dead and that she had been killed until Athena's, or what should have been Athena's 8th birthday.
So let me ask you about that. Today, how old would Athena be today?
She would be 10.
And if I don't remember correctly, she has a birthday upcoming, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we just listened to Maitland talk about her younger daughter and that she brought home Athena's ashes on the 3rd birthday for the younger daughter. And she said, you know, it just, like the symmetry here, right?
Yeah.
The symbolism, like that you're bringing home Athena's ashes on that day.
Right. A day that really you should be celebrating, right? It's your daughter's 3rd birthday, and how that is just going to be different, probably for a while for her. Yeah. Just remembering that, yes, on this day that I should be celebrating, there's also death and the realization of death that I dealt with on your birthday. And yeah, that's, again, affected forever because of that.
And then, of course, she decides not to tell Ryland about it. Of course, at that time, she's about, I think, 3.5. So, and I can completely understand that decision because she's a toddler.
Mm-hmm.
How do you explain to a toddler, a preschooler, that what has happened to your older sister? It boggles the mind. And, you know, she says she told her about a year ago, and that she told her that Athena had been killed. She didn't tell her until Athena's 8th birthday.
I don't know how you do that, right? Like the fact that she was able to delay in telling her, and probably rightfully so. I don't know how probably for her, how do you get to the point of acknowledging to your youngest that this person, she said that they were super, super close, how you break that to your youngest child. You know, you're already dealing with the death of your child. And now how do I also bring disappointment and finality and all those things to a young kid?
Well, and to some extent, telling her younger sister would almost be like a point of acceptance, right?
Oh yeah.
Because grief is complicated.
Right.
There's not some one size fits all approach to grief. Because I'm sure even today, I have no doubt they still grieve.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you ever get over the loss of a child, and that pain, you know, comes through as you listen to this mother. But the act of telling Ryland would be another rung in that acceptance of what's happened.
I think so. You know, just that she was able to have I don't want to say an excuse, but a reason while she's in school, she's sleeping, she's staying longer at her dad's. I think some of it to protect her daughter, but probably to protect her a little bit too, because she's not totally having to acknowledge the finality that she will not see Athena again. But how she does that and to the point where she finally does have to tell her. Just a long list of just struggles and things that this family's had to endure. Right. You know, with the actions of Tanner Horner.
Absolutely. So folks, if you're joining us late, I just explain what's going on. Right now, we are replaying Maitland Gandy's testimony from yesterday. At the moment, the jury is listening to this audio and video from the delivery truck showing Tanner Horner kidnapping and killing Athena Strand. The judge decided, rightly so, that we would not stream that would not be aired publicly in any way, shape, or form. Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter, and Terry Bentley Hill, another attorney, another fabulous attorney, is in court right now. They are watching this, a job that I do not envy them. And when it is over, they will come out. The video, I don't know exactly how long it is, but it is quite lengthy. It is definitely more than an hour. Could be more than 2 hours, but as soon as it is over and they can come out and talk to us, and it could be that there's a lunch break in the middle of that. We're still kind of, again, with court, things move in different ways, but we're going to keep the stream up as we wait for Rebecca and Terry to come out and talk to us about what they're hearing and seeing. And then after we play Athena's mother's testimony, we'll replay the father's testimony, which heard from Athena's father first thing this morning. He also a quieter person, but a strong presence, and his pain is also gut wrenching. So let's just continue to listen to Athena's mom.
When did she turn 11?
May 23rd.
2026.
Yes, sir.
She'll be a fourth grader. Is that right?
She would be a fourth grader. She'd be getting ready to go to her 5th grade year.
During the course of this case, have you ever missed a hearing?
One.
And why do you make it a point to be at every hearing that we've had in this case?
Because I had to cover up handprint bruises around my daughter's neck. And because she no longer has a voice. And I want people to know that she's not just some story. She's not just some number. She's not just some picture you see in a headline. She was loved. She is loved. And she is missed. And she was real. And she had a life. And she wanted to live. And no one can take that from her. Not a single person can take that from her. And I will be her face, and I will be her voice, and I will make sure that every person in this world knows that she was loved and that she wanted to live. And we want her in our lives.
You've been getting evidence, information about this case since the beginning.
Yes.
And you've been sitting here and you've heard almost all the evidence in this case.
Yes.
But in the very beginning, what kinds of things were you being given? What kind of information were you being given in the beginning?
I read Tanner Horner's arrest affidavit where he said he hit her with a truck and he panicked. So he attempted to break her neck and then it didn't work. So he strangled her.
Do you have a chance to look at the autopsy or anything else in this case?
When it came out, I read it. I drove down here the moment that my attorney contacted me and said it was being released. Got pulled over in Bowie for that one because I wanted to read it before the media released it to the public.
Now, if I remember correctly, you've got a little bit of medical training and knowledge, don't you?
Yes, sir.
What stood out to you when you read that information?
That there were no items of personal belongings listed with her. And that the only thing that was with her was the hands, or the bags around her hands. And I knew that that meant that she didn't have anything on her when she was found.
And how far along into this process was that?
That was in the summer of 2023.
And I'm just going to ask you, how did you react to getting that information in the summer of 2023?
I didn't want to believe it. I told myself that I was wrong. I told myself that y'all just do stuff different down here in Texas. And because I'd rather be wrong about that than be right.
Ranger Espinoza has, we talked a little bit about some videos in this case. Excuse me. Did you have any chance to?
Okay, so we're going to talk about what we just heard. So the prosecutor asks her why she's gone to every hearing, every single hearing. Why is that important? And she says, basically that Athena no longer has a voice, and she's going to be her voice because Athena wanted to live.
Yeah. And I think it's really telling of her mom, because when the prosecutor's talking about every hearing, just for the viewers so that they kind of have an understanding, you might have a hearing date set for something, and it doesn't mean that the attorneys are even going to go into the courtroom or talk to the judge. It could just be the prosecutor and the defense attorney having a conversation about something. And a lot of times, whether it's prosecutors or defense attorneys will say, hey, family, you don't have to worry about being here. Nothing's going to happen. There's not going to be anything, or substantial with the case.
They call them like announcements. Sometimes
and
the
things like
defendant's
that.
not even in the courtroom for
Sure.
those sorts of hearings.
Sure, but she has made it to every one of the non-important hearings, right? Like every one of the hearings, because as she said, she wants to continue to be a voice and speak for her daughter. And again, just testimony of a mom advocating for her daughter and being the voice of her daughter.
Absolutely. And then of course we, hear her, describe this affidavit, reading this affidavit, and then recounting the story, the lie that Tanner Horner told, that he had hit Athena and he panicked and that he'd attempted to break her neck, so he strangled her. And just listening to her even say the words out of her mouth of what Tanner Horner claimed happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think it's one of those deals that if the offense itself wasn't painful to the family, if the details of all that weren't painful, it's almost like she's saying even hearing the lies or getting additional lies just continues to put more pain in the situation, unnecessary pain that the family shouldn't have to go through if he was upfront and honest. But no, you're going to spin something or say something else that causes them even more pain, because they see, I guess at that point she probably, and I would assume that she knew that a lot of it was lying or lies, but what he would say and to what extent he would go to give a story.
And then she talked about the autopsy, and she has some sort of medical training, and I'm not sure what that is, but that she drove down and that she is making sure that she gets the autopsy before it's released publicly. And I can certainly respect that. And that, she's struck by the fact that Athena has no items of personal belongings and that it's only the bags around her hands, which means that Athena was naked and that the bags around her hands would be what they've put around her hands when they recovered her body from the water.
Sure. Yeah. So I think with that, this one thing that kind of surprised me was, okay, so summer of 2023, I believe. So we're probably looking at about 6 months later is when she gets the autopsy report. And I totally understand her wanting to read it and hear about it before media and it just public, and she's watching TV and they're starting to talk about things that she didn't have any knowledge of. But her intuitiveness to read it and say, hey, that doesn't sound right. She had no personal belongings. She just had the bags that they put around Athena's hands to preserve any kind of evidence if there was DNA evidence and things like that. And just, it sounds like maybe when the sheriffs told her about them finding Athena, they didn't tell her that everything about the condition that she was in, the fact that she was naked. And so for a mom to read this, and then she says, well, then I interpreted that she was naked and that she didn't have anything belonging to her. And I think what you get out of that from her mom is aloneness, the fact that there's nothing that she would have valued, maybe a favorite pair of jeans or a favorite t-shirt or something that she had that she adored or that she loved, but she was discarded and thrown out or thrown away, as Tanner says. And I just think that just really hit her. Tossed away.
He used the word tossed over and over and over in his interviews with law enforcement.
Yeah. So I just think that, again, no parent should ever have to go through that, and in a public manner as well. She's dealing with all this stuff as reports are getting shown, because obviously it's a story of interest and everything like that. But I really respect, again, the fact that she wanted to find out. Let me read this so that I'm not caught off guard whenever this all becomes public. And then just her response to it, when she says, well, maybe y'all do things differently in Texas.
I chuckled at that.
Yeah,
actually.
I thought that was one of those things. I get it. But she also then says that she didn't want to believe that was, she thought that because she didn't want to believe that her daughter could be found totally naked with nothing of her own personal
even
belongings.
her clothes.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to continue to listen. Right now, the jury is listening to this audio and video from the delivery van when he kidnaps and kills Athena. Again, we're not streaming that per the judge's order, and also rightfully so. As I've said repeatedly, Rebecca Lopez and Terry Bentley Hill are currently listening to that for us. And when they either have a break in it or they finish airing it, then they will come out and talk to us about what they've heard and seen. So let's continue listening to Athena's mom.
Have you ever looked at any portion of the videos in this case?
I did.
How much of it were you able to look at?
Maybe a minute, maybe two. I can't. And I'm very sorry to all of the innocent people that do have to watch that. I am so sorry. I'm sorry to you, and I'm sorry to y'all too. Because none of us, not Athena, not me, not anyone in this room besides Tanner Horner, asked for what's on that video. And Athena definitely didn't. I really am sorry.
We've been here a little over a week and a half. We've been here, seen some of the evidence in the case. What is it that sticks out to you? What do you want to know?
I know it sounds stupid, and I know it sounds selfish. I know he will never tell the truth. But I want to know where my daughter's shirt is. I want to know everything. But he won't tell me that. And I highly doubt that he cared enough to pay attention to when my daughter took her last breath. Because I brought her into this world, James. And I know when she took her first, I was there for that. I was there when she took her first steps and said her first word. But I wasn't there when she took her last. So I want to know where her shirt is. Because maybe he could give me that much grace.
Just a couple more questions for you, maybe. Athena's been in your life, didn't she?
Athena's in my life every day.
Every day.
Every day.
And I think I would be missing something if I didn't point out that you tend to have an affinity for a certain color. Would that be right?
For her, yes, sir.
And is that Athena's color too?
This is her favorite color. Yes.
Not mom's favorite color.
No, sir.
You keep her both? You got pink?
Yes, sir.
Do you talk to Athena sometimes?
I talk to her every day.
What do you say to her when you talk to her?
I tell her that I'm sorry. That I wasn't there to protect her and to stop him. I tell her that I love her. And I talk to her about Rye and what she's doing in life and how much she loves and misses her. And I tell her about you and about Pat and about Michelle and about my attorneys and how y'all are working really hard to make sure that she's not forgotten and that she didn't just die and that we'll get justice for her.
I hear people say that if they just had a few more minutes to talk to somebody that they no longer have. You heard that before?
I've thought about it a lot.
Let me ask you. If you had those few minutes to talk with Athena right now, today, sitting in this room, what would you tell her?
I'd tell her I'm sorry. And I would tell her how much she means to me and her daddy and to her sisters. And how much she is loved. And how much we want her. And just, I'm sorry I am that I didn't protect her.
I know how hard it was being here, Megan. I want to thank you for being here. And opening up your world to us today. That's what you're.
Cross-examination.
Ms. Gandy, I'm very sorry for your loss. I'm not going to ask any questions today. Thank you very much.
May this witness be excused. Thank you.
Okay, so we just heard Maitland Gandy's testimony. We replayed the entire thing, and she was talking about the video. This video that we know is currently being played in court, where she says she could only watch a minute or two, and she apologizes. She says, "I'm very sorry to all the innocent people, and basically who have to watch it." And she apologizes to the defense, the prosecution, presumably the jurors, anybody that's going to see this, and then she talks about how that essentially addresses Tanner Horner that he's the only one behind what's on that video, and it just that's hard. And then of course she goes on and but go ahead and talk about a little bit of that.
You know, what really hit me with her was that, and as she says that I'm so sorry, and you can see that she's emotional, and I can't imagine even watching a minute or 2 minutes of it. But as she says it, she looks at the jury when she's talking to them. She looks at the prosecutor, and then she looks at the defense. And to me, it was so telling of just who she is. Like, you know, she really, truly is sorry. And the empathy that she even has for Tanner Horner's defense attorneys, right? Because at the end of the day, they didn't want to be in this position defending him. They're doing their job. But the fact that she would even respect, hey, I understand you're doing your job, and I'm apologizing to y'all because you shouldn't even have to see this either. And she says the only person that really wanted this to happen was Tanner Horner, and it's his handiwork that is making everybody else have to suffer and go through all that.
Yeah, and then she goes on and, the shirt. You know, that might have been the thing yesterday that broke me the most. I mean, a lot of it broke me, but you know, listening to it again, the whole thing just is hard. But the desire to need to know, where is my daughter's shirt?
I think just anything for regarding her daughter, right? Like anything that would be a tie to her and her daughter. Would you give me the grace to tell me that, to show me that? But as she says, you probably didn't even care enough to even pay attention to when she took her last breath, you know? Yeah. Again, just not mom and her strength, her quiet strength. You can see the fierceness underneath her too.
Mm-hmm.
But if a jury doesn't just love her, respect her, appreciate her.
I love her.
Yeah, it's so compelling how just her demeanor in all the way. Because sometimes you get in these situations where a loved one wants to say whatever and they're mad and just vengeance. And I want to say this and I don't care if it causes a mistrial because I'm getting my anger out. And she's been totally appropriate the whole time. And just, I think that there's just those sense just for human decency. She's a very decent person. And even her empathy for people that are put in the situation that aren't. I just think that that's going to just reverberate with that jury.
Yeah, absolutely. And then of course, just what she tells her. I tell her that I'm sorry, that I wasn't there to protect her and stop him. I tell her that I love her. I talk to her about Rye. I tell her about you, and then she refers to the prosecution team, and I'm assuming the investigators that are investigating it. I mean, just her level of empathy for others.
Yeah,
it just shines through.
It shines through. I mean, she just seems so genuine, just a truly genuine person. She seems appreciative. She seems appreciative to all those that are fighting for her daughter, that are trying to get her daughter justice, that are fighting for the family, you know, and it is just one of those deals. I mean, I've seen a lot of trials. I've seen a lot of family members get up there and testify to different things, and every situation is different, and there's empathy and things like that. But she really is one of the just truest, sincere. I think it just comes off so real, and I was just really, really impressed with her. And even as you observe her and see, if you've seen her through the trial, you know, for me personally, I was just like, man, the mom has pink hair. What's that about? You know, she's sitting in the gallery, and I can see
the
pink
hair. Jacket and the pink
and then
hair.
when she explains why that is, I'm just like, oh, it's not even your favorite color. She says it's not even my favorite color, but it was Athena's favorite color. And it's just, she is just one of those just remarkable is kind of an understatement. And I think it just totally, I think it just totally comes out with just who she is. She's a remarkable woman.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so now, let me just update everybody. The jury has been listening to this audio and video of Athena's kidnapping. And we think they're a little over an hour in. We're you know, again, we don't have a view inside that courtroom. Rebecca Lopez is in that courtroom, but she doesn't have her phone, so she can't text us, and she needs to be listening anyway. And so we expect the jury to take a break at noon, and I would expect that Rebecca will come out. Her and Terry Bentley Hill, an attorney who is with her, will come out and talk to us about what they've heard and seen. But while we wait for that, let's take a listen to Athena's father, who was the first witness to testify this morning.
Go ahead, say your name for the record.
Take up the stand. Take up the stand.
Closer to, okay. And then other two. Very good.
What's your relationship to Athena's friends?
I'm Athena's father.
Are you a little nervous here today?
Yes.
Have you been nervous for public speaking in general?
Yes.
Is there a time in school that they made you read something and you said no?
Yeah.
Can you tell the jury what you did?
I would happily take a 0 instead of talking in front of people.
Okay, you gotta speak up. Pretend you're at a basketball game, watching the last second shot. Just go ahead.
You're a lot more soft-spoken than Athena's mom. Agree?
Yes.
Okay. We talked a lot about the defendant, Tanner Horner. Do you want to spend a little time this morning talking about your daughter being stricken?
Yes.
I'm gonna have Pat Berry publish a picture from State's Exhibit 287. Do you recognize this picture?
I do.
Is that your daughter?
Yes.
Can you tell me what day that picture was taken?
First day of school,
What grade was she in?
first grade.
Dina has a little bit of a girly side, but did you have any issues being dirty or playing outside?
Not at all.
I'm going to ask you to tell the jury a little bit about one of your favorite memories and favorite pictures that you have of Athena with the horse trough. Can you tell them about that?
Yes. It was springtime, so the water was still a bit chilly. And I walked outside and she was filling up the water trough and brought out a bunch of her Barbies and toys and filled up the water trough with them and was sitting in it in her dress and cowgirl boots.
Did you actually end up taking a picture of Athena?
I did. She was shivering but having fun.
When you took that picture, was she in or outside of that water trough?
Outside of it, gathering more toys.
Soaking wet.
Yes.
What did you and Athena like to do together?
Mostly outside. We'd go camping, hiking, going to the lake.
Athena was 7, so what was she into at the time?
As every little girl was, Frozen, and unicorns and mermaids, and getting dirty
Do you like to sing the Frozen songs?
24/7.
You mentioned Barbies and Deuteronomy effort.
Yes.
Showing you what has already been admitted as Exhibit 153. Do you recognize these?
I do.
Was this Athena's Christmas gift?
Yes.
Was this the last thing that you'll offer your daughter?
Yes.
John, can I pull you scissors?
Sure.
Jacob, these are the You Can Be Anything Barbies. Athena did not get that opportunity. She went missing on November 30th of 2022. Can we talk about that day?
Yes.
How was that day for you when it started?
It was a good day. Went to work and came back a little bit after they got home from school.
Did you see Athena when she got home from school?
Yes.
What were y'all doing?
Just hanging out for a little while. I wanted to be with the kids before I went out on my hunting trip with my dad.
Do you recall about what time you went on your hunting trip?
It was just before, a little bit before dark, I think.
When you were leaving, did you say bye to Athena?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
I told all the kids and bye and gave her a hug. And then after I was, or as I was leaving, I was backing up. She ran up to the truck and she wanted to give me another hug. And I told her not to run up on me while I'm backing up in the truck. And yeah, gave her another hug and told her over.
That was your final moments with Athena alive.
Yes.
At some point, were you notified she went missing?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I was, of course, a little nervous, but I thought maybe she was just playing hide and seek or something because she was really good at that.
Thank you. Told me a story about her hiding in a closet somewhere. Where was she hiding?
Yeah, so we were all playing hide and seek, and she hid in the linen closet with everything in front of her. And we were searching for like 20 minutes.
So when you first got notified, you thought she was hiding?
Yeah.
Did you participate in searching for Athena?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
I searched each day whenever they let me, and I thought maybe I'd be a little bit better at it because I've been on that property since I was 8 years old, and I know the woods like the back of my hand.
You didn't find Athena on the property, though, did you?
No.
When were you told that Athena's body was recovered?
On the second in the Cottonville Church in the room.
What were y'all doing in that church?
That was just kind of like the middle ground for everybody to meet up and rehydrate and eat or take care of everybody that was a part of the search, and they let the family stay there.
How was that for you?
It was nerve-wracking and hard. Still have hope, but
You mentioned that you've been on the land since you were 8 years old.
yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about your home and the land that you live on?
We moved there back in 2000 when I was 8, and it's on 10 acres. And now me and my brother both live on it. He lives down the hill from me.
Who all lived with you in your part of the property?
It was me, Ashley, Athena, Alice, and Yursa at the time. YRSA.
How old is Zirza?
She's 5 now.
And Alice?
14.
And Athena would have been 11 then?
Yes.
Do you still have a place at your home that you talk to Athena?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
There's a fruitless pear tree that Alice and Athena would always climb. That was just kind of like their spot where they hung out, and they would also gather toys from their room and hang in that tree like ornaments.
Talk a little bit about your role, as a man and how it affected you. Why don't you tell the jury a little bit about that? Athena was taken from your home, your property, you've been at since you were 8 years old. You weren't there. How did that make you feel?
It made me feel horrible, like like I should have done something or been there. I wasn't there to protect them like I should be in a father's role.
That created a lot of guilt.
Yes.
How did you handle your trauma and your pain from this?
Pretty much self-destruction.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about that?
I just kind of held everything in, and it just broke me.
Did you turn to alcohol?
Yes.
What about the marriage?
It ruined my marriage.
How did it affect your ability to eat and sleep and normal day-to-day activities?
I couldn't sleep, and I would only eat like every 7 days, and I lost like 50 pounds.
We talked earlier about Athena's siblings. So we had Yursa, and we had her stepsister Alice, right? And then she also has sister Rylan, her mom makeup daughter. Talk a little bit about Athena and Alice. What was their relationship like?
They were just best friends. They loved that they were sisters, but not real sisters, they would say. So they were just best friends.
Has this affected Alice?
Yes.
Did y'all all go into therapy?
Yes.
How's Alice doing now?
She recently went back to therapy because she's been having nightmares.
Nightmares about what?
Everything that she's having to hear about and what happened to her sister.
The defendant wrote a letter to the family and to law enforcement. Did you believe that letter?
Not at all.
What do you miss most about Athena?
Just her laugh and her spirit. And she loved everybody.
Is there anything that you want this jury to understand about the loss in this process?
I just hope that the jury and the justice system will make the right decision.
I'll pass it to Judge.
Cross-examination.
No, Your Honor. Mr. Gandy, we have no, Mr. Strand, we have no questions for you. We are terribly sorry for your loss.
May this witness be excused.
Okay, so we were just listening to Jacob Strand describe the horror of what's happened, the loss he's felt, how it affected him. It ruined his marriage. He lost 50 pounds, going for long periods of time without being able to eat, and describing going to this pear tree to talk to his daughter. It's just absolutely unimaginable. I will give you guys an update. We know that court has broke for lunch. We are waiting for Rebecca Lopez and Terry Bentley Hill, the attorney who's up there with Rebecca, to come on and talk about what they've seen and heard. And right now they're working on setting up that shot. So I expect them any moment, and we will be able to hear exactly hear what they heard and saw, and just the reaction of jurors. Watching. Oh, Lopez is ready. So Rebecca, I'm gonna toss it on over to you, and I'm gonna let you guys talk about what you saw and heard.
Well, Tanya, that by far is probably one of the most emotional and heart-wrenching things I've ever heard in a courtroom. The family did leave the mom and father, and some of the family members left and did not listen to it. And then the judge also asked the gallery, if anybody cannot make it through the next, through this entire video, then you may want to go ahead and leave right now, because he warned everyone. And it is, you basically hear Tanner Horner torturing this little girl. We saw 30 more minutes of this video before they broke for lunch, and the judge told us there's still another 30 more minutes of graphic video. But you see them first walk up to the vehicle. She's following him into the van, and then he lifts her up and puts her in the van, and she's saying, where are we going? And I'm gonna let you also kind of talk to what you saw. Mm-hmm.
Hey, we're struggling to hear Terry. Is it a little bit something wrong with her audio?
No, it might just be because we're sharing our ear pods. Can you not hear?
No, I can't.
Okay, let me take. Let me just see if that. Can you hear her now? Tanya? Okay. Tanya, sorry, we're having some difficulty here. We're gonna take off the ear pods, I think.
Yeah. These are the folks. This is the reality of technology. Go ahead.
Yeah. Can you hear us now, Tanya?
Yes, go ahead.
Of course, the story that he.
You guys are still cutting out. I feel like we got to.
She walked to the van with him. He put her in. He shut the door. She asked him, "Where are we going? What are you doing? Are you a kidnapper?" It was almost like a conversation for a while, wasn't it, Rebecca?
Yeah, and he's just chit-chatting with her, asking her, where do you go to school? How old are you? And at one point he tells her, she says, why are you doing this? And he says, because you're pretty. And he says, you know that, don't you? And then they drive around for a while. She keeps saying, where are you going? And then he stops the vehicle, and that's when he gets very graphic. Tanya, at one point, he tells her to take off her shirt, and she says, why? And he says, he doesn't really answer that. You can't really hear what he says, but then she says, my mom says somebody shouldn't be doing this to me, and you shouldn't be doing this to me.
Right, yeah. My mom said, I can't do this to other people, and you can't do it to me either. So, what I think is interesting is that the state spent a lot of time yesterday proving up that DNA evidence, or trying to bring that in. And I think it's going to be very clear that there was some very sexual deviant things going on. Of course, by this point, we can't see, we can only hear what is going on. But she asks him several times, what are you doing? The poor child says, ouch, 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 multiple times. Asks him again, what are you doing? The point being is that we still have 30 minutes left of this audio. And this is about an hour's worth of torture that he has put her through. It's shocking because it gets quiet, and then we all assume, because you can hear the struggle, and we all assume, and we can all assume that she's passed. And then all of a sudden we'll hear her gasp, and we'll hear her cry, and we'll hear her moan, and then it'll get quiet.
And then he'll pull over, like he at one point he does take off, and then he hears her, so he pulls over, and then Tanya, you hear stomping or slamming, like he's trying to hurt her more, and then he takes off. And then the most eerie thing is, at one point Jingle Bell Rock comes on, because remember this is around Christmas, and she is crying. She is, you can hear her crying, and he's just singing. He starts singing Jingle Bell Rock, and then she's crying. Goes, shut up. He tells her multiple times, shut up. If you don't shut up, I'm going to come back there and hurt you more.
Yeah.
You need to shut up. I mean, he tells her to shut up several times.
What's eerie is that he turns on his flashers, and it's a FedEx truck. How many times have we driven by FedEx trucks, right, in our own neighborhoods? Well, he's turned on his flashers, and you can hear traffic pass by them. And I'm thinking those drivers had no idea what horror was going on in that van. It's unlike any, and the jury, they're not only crying, they are sobbing. Some of them are sobbing.
And they're glaring at him, and he's sitting there. At one point, he's just like this, holding his hands to his face, and he's just looking down. I mean, I don't know, Terry. I don't know how the defense gets past this. I mean, those jurors were very emotional.
Well, I think the part of the mitigating evidence that the defense is going to try to bring in, I don't know how it can negate the decisions that this man clearly made, because at first, it was questionable whether or not he had hurt her, so he put her in the van and, didn't know what to do, and he was confused and he made bad decisions. No, it's very calculated. And he definitely used this child for some kind of sexual gratification.
Yes, he did.
And
you can hear that. You can hear it. You can hear it on the audio.
Yes, even though there wasn't an accusation in the indictment, it is clear that there was something sexual going on. Plus, we also know that there was DNA found on her body. And so I think that it's going to be very difficult for any defense expert to come in with mitigating evidence, whether it's because he grew up with a lot of trauma, he was in fetal alcohol syndrome, or whatever the case may be, because his mother drank when he was in the womb, whether he has autism, whether he has multiple personality disorder, which they now call really something completely different, or whether he's a sociopath or a psychopath. I don't think that a defense expert can change the way this trial is going to go. And that is coming from just watching this jury and hearing for ourselves what he put her through.
It's so haunting, Tanya, because when he's walking her to the van, I can't hear what they're talking. And by the way, he does drop off the Barbies first, and then he drops off the package, and then you see him. And when he first pulls over, you see him kind of looking around, almost like he does scope her out, like he sees her. You can't really see her at that point, but then you see her following him, and then him hoisting her up into that truck, and then into the van. And then, she's asking, where are we going? Like she's going, initially she's just wondering, like, where are we going? And like, no big deal at first, but then she realizes at some point that something's wrong.
Well, and you want to talk about calculated and premeditated. There are two cameras on this FedEx van. There is a dash cam, which is very similar to a police dash cam, where it projects out in front of the van. He covered that up immediately. That we never saw any video from that once he got to Athena's house. Then after he brought her into the van, brought her into that area, we've seen the picture of her standing there while he's driving. At that point, shortly thereafter, he covers that camera.
Mm-hmm.
And what's interesting is, Rebecca, you remember he walked around that van and he looked into the passenger side window like he was scoping out the cameras. So it's totally premeditated. It's totally premeditated. This is not some person who freaked out and made bad decisions. To me, it looks very premeditated.
And we certainly don't see some alter ego come out while he is doing this to Athena.
Right.
It is very deliberate, and he knows exactly what he's doing.
Well, he tortured her. He tortured her. And, they claim in the indictment that she could die by suffocation, strangulation, or blunt force trauma to the head, stomping. We heard it. And she's still alive. She's still alive.
She's still alive. And we again, the judge says there's still 30 more minutes. So we know from the opening statements that the prosecutor says you hear him over and over and over and over again attempting to kill her and choke her and take her life. And that's what we are hearing, because just as we think, she's passed away, you hear her gasping and crying and screaming, moaning. It is awful.
And the defendant's face is this far from the defense table. I mean, he is leaning over with his face just inches away from that table because, and what I thought, this is just my impression, is that the audio is playing. There's no video, but it's video in his head.
Oh yeah.
He is seeing all of that in his head. But again, a person, he is totally competent. There's no issue about competency. This man knows exactly what is going on, and he's not just out of it. He knows what's happening. He knows what he did. He's singing Jingle Bell Rock with a child screaming in the back of the van.
That was the word, because the whole thing is terrible. But when the Jingle Bell Rock comes on and she's screaming the entire time, and then he starts singing over her screaming, and then keeps telling her shut up while Jingle Bell Rock is playing, and he's singing like nothing's happened. It is the most awful thing I've ever heard in a courtroom.
And I have to say, just as we're watching different actors in the courtroom, we clearly saw the emotions from the jury, and they're taking notes as well. Some of them are taking notes, but there was emotion from both sides of the table. The prosecutors were emotional. The defense attorneys were emotional. This is not easy for either side. And I know that I'm thinking that Tanner has, according to testimony, attempted suicide several times in his life. And I'm, as Rebecca said, it makes you wonder, this is in the courtroom, it makes you wonder if the defense wouldn't just rest after this because it's just so bad. However, those defense attorneys have a job that they have to do. And I admire them. It's hard. They're going to do their job. But I would not be surprised if he didn't say, I'm done. I mean, if he's truly someone who is remorseful or regrets what he did and he's already been suicidal in the past, it makes me wonder if he would tell his lawyers, I'm done. But I know that they will continue with their case and bringing their experts because that is what they're required to do. But it's not easy on them.
Okay. Well, thank you guys. I cannot imagine what it was like for you and everybody else in that courtroom that heard that. Just listening to you describe it, I personally feel physically ill. I don't know if Jingle Bell Rock will ever be the same again.
Right.
And so I am horrified. And thank you for telling us about it and explaining it to people. And Keith, do you have anything you want to add?
Probably a lot. I mean, wow. I think the thing that really is Rebecca and Terry were describing it, the questions that she asked, hey, where are we going? What are you doing? Are you a kidnapper? I mean, so it's the stranger danger, what we teach our kids. She's processing all this. Unfortunately, it's too late because she's already in the van. But for that to happen, and I could only imagine that the realization's coming to her, like how crazy that is. But I tell you what, his response when y'all were describing that, how he says, well, but I did this because you're pretty, you know that, right? Oh my goodness. If the jury isn't livid at that point, I mean, and the prosecution, I think with the DNA, we wondered, well, does it show something? And now we totally know why they put all that stuff in and what was going on. And, Terry, you explained it well, like regarding just what was going on, the play-by-play kind of what she's saying, what he's doing and everything. So
right. Immediately after he says to her, take your shirt off, and she went, why?
She tells him no. I mean, she says she does what her mom has told her to do. No, my mom says you're not supposed to be doing this to me.
Yeah, and then she asked him several times, what are you doing? What are you doing? Well, as adults, we can assume we know what he was doing. Yeah. And she was confused and perplexed. She had no idea what was going on. And I just, to hear her, you can hear the strangulation. And then you can hear her gasp later on as she is, I don't know, because I'm not a doctor. I don't know how she can be revived from that. And he's clearly not reviving her, as far as I know.
No, he continues to inflict more pain on her, and then gets angry because she's crying.
She won't shut up.
Yeah,
that's what he said. Shut up.
I mean, multiple times.
Do you want me to stop and come back there
and hurt you more or worse?
Yeah. No, it is deliberate. It is premeditated. It is calculated. It is. There's no confusion about. He froze and panicked. No, he did not freeze and panic. No, not at all.
No, this is evil on a level that's just painful to listen to. Well, we're going to take a break for about a half an hour. We understand that court is going to resume at 1:00, and that video will continue to play. We will again not be able to live stream during that. Keith and I will be back at 1, and then we will see you and Terry after y'all finish watching the video. And thank you again for doing this. We appreciate it.
Sure.
Thanks.
See you, Keith.
I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at Channel 8, joined as today by Keith Harris, who is our legal expert for the day. Keith and I went to lunch. Just had to take a break, frankly, after we heard Rebecca Lopez and Terry Bentley Hill, an attorney who joined her in the court as they listened to this video from that delivery truck. My mind, Keith, cannot, I can't wrap my mind around it.
I think it's really hard. It was hard to hear. It was hard to hear them describe what they were hearing, describe the effect that that video had on the jurors from what they just observed. As they said, sobbing, not just crying, sobbing. And you know that this is a bad case. You know that this video is going to be bad as what they've said. And then it's just described to you. I'm not even sure if you ever thought that it could get to that point, even with the description of what happened.
Yeah, I knew it was bad. But as they walked through it, and then, you know, I think the thing that when they talked about how he's listening to Jingle Bell Rock and she's back there crying and he tells her to shut up and threatens to hurt her more. Wow. So from what we know, from what they told us, this video was about 40, so far they had listened up to noon. They'd listened to about 41 minutes of it. There was about 30 minutes to go. And the court was going to restart at 1 o'clock. So presumably court has restarted, and the jury is continuing to listen to this video and this audio. They said that her mother, her father, and other family members left the courtroom. And after hearing them describe it, I completely understand why they would have left the courtroom. They described that the video shows him leading Athena to the truck, lifting her up and putting her in the truck, and her asking, where are you going? What are you doing? Are you a kidnapper? I mean,
7-year-old questions, right? I mean, that it resonates and just sits with you. And she's asking 7-year-old questions, and his responses to her are totally inappropriate responses to a 7-year-old. You know, and I think that that's what's so troubling, is that we just can't think about why someone would do something like this, why this would get to this point. But it's very clear what his intentions are from his responses right off the bat. I mean, this isn't a situation where, well, you know, I hit her, I put her in, I didn't know what to do, I freaked out. As Terry and Rebecca said, that video, it's torture. He's torturing her, and he is telling her to take her shirt off. He's telling her she's pretty and that she knows that. I mean, you know what his intentions are.
She's a 7-year-old girl.
7-year-old girl. And it's hard to listen to it be described to you. And I don't know the stress and the amount of just disgust that this jury would probably have listening to all this.
I know I'm disgusted, and I've been doing this a long time. It takes a lot to shock me, and he has done it. Terry talked about, she said that, now it makes sense why they were bringing in a lot of this DNA testimony, even though it wasn't, conclusive, right, that there was sexual assault, because you can hear her say, you can't see it, but you can hear her saying, ouch, ouch, what are you doing to me? And so that, it sounds like he was, it thinks he was probably doing something sexual here.
He was, and I think that some of the things yesterday are making more sense. It's coming more in focus.
Full circle.
For sure today, because we see the state tying in the evidence that they presented of the swabs. And even though we think of DNA and, you don't have a total profile, you might have a partial profile, and he can't be excluded. And now we know what he's asking her, telling her. We know that it was sexual, and we know that there was the attempt, or that he was planning what he was planning to do, why he did what he did from his standpoint. And so I think that it just brings into focus exactly what the prosecutor, they're delivering on what they said in opening statements now. I mean, before we think of, well, the numbers aren't that great. And yes, that hasn't been explained.
When you combine that with that video,
I mean, it's very clear of what his intentions were.
Wow. And then, we heard Terry and Rebecca describe that you can hear her gasping. You can hear her crying. You can hear him go back there again and stomp her.
Yeah. I think Terry said that at one point, he hears her crying. He pulls over, turns his hazard lights on. And what Terry said is you could see the cars in traffic driving by, and
people have no idea.
People have no idea that a homicide is going on in that van, in that truck. And I think, the prosecution, with the repeated times of where he could have stopped, where he could have tried to get assistance, where he could have changed his mind, I think that continues to push what they want to prove in future danger. The fact that this guy didn't stop, won't stop. Whenever things in the time that he should feel the most empathetic, she's gasping for her last breath, or for air, that his response is to pull over and go back there and stomp her some more.
And before he does that, he said, if you don't shut up, I'm going to come back there and hurt you more.
Right.
And that's why he's singing Jingle Bell Rock.
Right. Yeah. Terry and Rebecca talked about, he's playing music in the truck, and Jingle Bell Rock comes on, and he's singing louder because he can hear her crying. I mean, the dichotomy and the polar opposites of what that is are just offensive.
Absolutely. And then, we're kind of walking back through what they told us. So that they said that, you can see him on the video dropping off a package and then walking around the vehicle. In other words, apparently checking to see which cameras work.
Yeah. I think that they said he had gone to the passenger side and was looking, and that I think at some point it covered the interior video. I mean, every part of it shows that he planned this, that he continued to do things to prevent him from being found out about, to prevent him from being seen of what his intentions were, of what he was doing.
Well, and then when you couple that with how he leads investigators twice to the wrong location, and then ultimately leads them to the right location, pretends to be zero, which we're going to hear in a minute. We're going to play some of that because we think it's helpful to hear that again. And then a week after he's killed Athena, he gets in touch with Ranger Espinosa. I cannot talk. Ranger Espinosa. And wants him to come talk to him again. If I'll give you all the details, if you just give me 30 days and I can go spend it with my son. Really? The
disconnect, right?
Yeah.
The disconnect
Words
from
fail.
reality, the disconnect from empathy. Now we know what happened in that time period before he's apprehended, the torture, the beating, and all the things that happened in that truck. And the fact that after now we know that he would talk to the police of, hey, y'all come talk to me because I want to tell you everything, but I want a deal, and let's cut a deal. And his deal is, let me go spend time with my kid after we know what he's done now. And it is about him. It is always, always, always about him. And I think that that's the one thing that we have seen throughout this whole trial.
Well, I think when the jury makes this decision, it's going to be all about Athena.
It will be all about Athena. And the description from what happened, the videos that the jurors are seeing now, whatever his punishment is, he will have deserved and earned every bit of it. I mean, the details of this are just unreal, unreal.
They really are. So right now, again, our understanding is that the jury would be back in court right now. They are listening to the last 30 minutes of this horrific video. And then we're given to understand that after that the prosecution will rest. We'll have to wait and see if that is what happens, but we are awaiting that. But in the meantime, we want to replay basically the birth of Zero, how he concocts this story about this alter ego who really is the one that did this horrific killing. Let's go ahead and play it. Hey, folks, we're going to fast forward this a little bit so we can get to where the Rangers come in.
Hey, Espinoza, I'm gonna pause this video for a second.
Hang on. Okay.
Andrew Espinoza, I'm showing you what we're Mark States Exhibit 223. Can you tell me what that is?
That's a picture of the board from that interview room with the writing from that day.
Let me ask you a couple of things. Is that what we just saw? This board, is that what's on the left of this video?
Yes, sir, correct.
And I noticed on part of your video, you were talking about locations and maps. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
It is what you wrote and what Tanner Horner wrote on that board?
Yes, sir.
As far as the maps are concerned?
Yes, sir.
But I noticed on there, he got up and he wrote something else.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Now, what he wrote, is it also on that?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is that a true and accurate depiction of what you saw when you're in that room just now as we watched?
Yes, sir, it is.
David S. United States 223.
States Exhibit 223 is there.
Major Espinoza, would you read what Tanner Horner wrote on that board?
He wrote in red, "He's going to hurt me, please help."
And was that the first time that he had indicated to you something about somebody else being involved in this whole thing?
Yes, sir.
And is some of that what he's reflected on there? Do y'all discuss that with him later on in this video?
Yes, sir. During the course of this interview, at some point, I bring this up.
And is that where this whole zero thing comes out?
Yes, sir.
And is that where y'all talk about it?
Yes, sir.
And is that what I asked you before? This is where it originated.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I'm looking at this video and things, and I want to make sure here you're sitting fairly close to Mr. Horner during this time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
And during this time, when you're asking him questions and you're drawing maps and things of that nature, does he appear to be distressed to you?
No, sir.
Does he appear to be able to answer your questions, at least the questions you're asking?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does he appear to be able to answer them appropriately?
Yes, sir.
And I noticed on here, does he appear, at least at this point when he wrote that on there, that sat down to be in any type of distress?
No, sir.
And then later on in this interview, does he indicate to you that he's under any kind of distress whatsoever?
No, sir.
And does he maintain the same or similar attitude that he has now in demeanor throughout the rest of the video?
Yes, sir.
And continue with the video.
It appears the video has about 30 minutes left. Do any of the members of the jury need to take a break, or do you want to try and finish with the video? Try to finish? All right.
Okay.
Hi, Tanner. I got working on this book for you. You heard Danny Riley. He's also with the Rangers. Obviously, he's been helping me out with this deal. Okay, so he had a couple of questions for you. Obviously, we're trying to like we've been talking to you outside the road, and here we were trying to just clear up a few things.
Yeah. You've been from the get-go, just like straight up, you're cooperating. We don't want this to be a long deal. We want to let you know what's going to happen here. You want to know what's going to happen here. We want to go ahead and take it back home, like they were saying, right? I mean, that's our goal, right? Follow us, I think. Let's think about anything we've left out that's kind of holding this process up. Just think about that for a minute. What is that? What would be holding it up in your mind? Okay. Something. You feel like there's something that's getting in the way of this?
I don't think so, sir.
Okay. Why do you not think so?
I told you we're there. I told you all the details of everything that happened. I don't know what else there is.
Okay. So the details you're providing, I wasn't going to, right? So I don't want to I don't want to go on, but you took us down the road earlier, right? We crossed over, we were on 21, 23, we crossed over 51. We know your phone was turned off. Can you explain that? Like, turn off. Okay.
My charger was messed up. I couldn't get it back home for a bit.
Okay. How long was that?
Probably about 30, 40 minutes. Yes.
Yeah, is that at the time of when? What's happening on your phone?
I mean,
like, what are you doing at the time that your phone is not on? I want you to be truthful about that. Okay. And just because you and I are both being truthful with each other, I want to give you everything I got. I want you to give me everything you got. I want to test your truth, okay, for a moment. The phone's turned off because you're hiding a body. That's what I would do. That's what you did. Correct.
I'm more receiving information right now.
Okay. So receive that, okay? And as careful as you can, I want you to tell me why you're doing that.
You can go ahead and do all this and let us stop here.
Thank you.
So when I came in here, I went like this and then I backed up and I hit the girl. She was on the ground crying. I felt bad about her, tried calming her down. This voice in my head told me, dude, we're gonna get in trouble. I had to do something with her. So I told her to get in the truck. And for a long time, I was trying to figure out what the hell I was doing. I didn't know what my next step was. Was I just gonna drop off somewhere? I don't know. We went through this private road and I parked for a bit, was talking to her on the way there and all this other stuff. Phone away from you, please. I don't like saying it, but.
What do you think? You don't have to say it very descriptively. You say what you did to her, though.
I killed her. So I was trying to figure out what I was gonna do with the body, so we left here and started going down, like I was heading back to where I remembered the Fairview Brush area. That was across 151, or 151, that was across on the other side of 51. So I stopped there, waited for a couple cars to pass, took her out the back and I put her in there. Just kind of tossed her in.
And the phone was turned off where?
I'm not sure exactly when it died. Sometime when I was driving over here, I think.
Over where you saying you're at?
I'm trying to remember where it died. I was really paying attention to my phone. I was worried about other things at the time.
What kind of cigarettes do you smoke?
Lucky Strike,
Lucky Strike?
Red 100s. Phone was off for a bit.
But the phone was off because you were hiding the body?
Really.
I heard you say earlier, you were hiding the body, and that's why the phone was on.
That's why I didn't try to get it back on.
That's my.
That's why I didn't try to get it back on. It's not like my phone dies, I'm just like, oh shit, my phone's dead, and I try to bring it back on quick, but I wasn't too worried about getting the phone on as soon as I could.
So we're still, that's where the body should be. What we're probably gonna do, is we're probably gonna hop back in the truck and we're gonna drive out there again, okay? Does that work?
Sure.
So we can walk you through it again. That's some of the folks that are trying to get home, that's what they want to do. So that's what we're gonna do. So we'll probably let you smoke and do that. That sound like me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then, do you have any questions you could have something?
When we were talking earlier, you were 99% sure she was there.
Yes, sir.
We talked a little bit more and you were 100% sure. So, I mean, there is some changes in your percentage, so I'm just trying to
Well,
see.
I'm saying the exact, like, right there,
Okay,
like there's like maybe, what, 30, 40 feet of that stuff?
Yeah.
So that's where the 1% came in.
okay. Is it possible you went further in there than you think?
I didn't even technically even go in there.
Okay.
I was right outside the edge and just kind of tossed her in.
When you say tossed, are we talking like a hard toss, like as hard as you came in there far, or is it like right there?
Like right there.
Well, did you try to hide her?
I tried to make it to where somebody would find her
Where somebody would find her? And how did you do that?
by not throwing her too far in,
Why would you want her to be found?
because I'm a parent. I wouldn't want to know. I wouldn't not want to know.
Okay. During the next couple of days, you didn't return?
Sir,
Why? You're a parent.
I didn't want to know. I didn't want to know what was. I was hearing updates about this constantly.
I was just asking you
Fucking
that.
with me.
Did you see it on social media? Did you see it on the news?
My grandmother, she sent me stuff about it at one point. Then, I was passing that road yesterday and I saw a bunch of people down the road, so I kind of already knew what was going on.
Well, you met with FBI the other day and you didn't tell them you're a parent, and you didn't tell them the truth, right? They were looking for her then and you're a parent, you didn't tell.
That wasn't me.
So, that wasn't you. What do you mean?
That wasn't me.
What do you mean that wasn't you? They didn't talk to you?
They talked to me, but they didn't talk to me.
Okay, interpret that for me.
What'd you write that for on the board? When we stepped out, you wrote that. Why'd you write that?
If I say too much, I'm going to die.
Why you say that?
Zero's gonna hurt me.
Who? Who's gonna hurt you?
Zero's gonna hurt me.
Zero? What? Z-E-R-O? Okay. Well, listen, we need to know some of these things, all right? Okay.
So, Keith, we've been listening to this. This is from, I think this is from day 2. This is Tanner Horner's interactions with law enforcement. This is where essentially we're calling the birth of Zero, where he first espouses this or claims to have this alter ego Zero. But when we're listening to this, it hits home in a way that it didn't hit the first time. You know, after you hear what Rebecca and Terry's description of what they saw and heard on that video, and then also having seen the video of him driving around, the part they did air that we were able to air, where he's seen driving around in the FedEx truck the day after, and he's, you know, getting upset because the road is blocked because there's a search going on. I mean, all of that just, it hits in a whole different way now as I listen to it than it did last week.
Yeah, I mean, it just is like him telling a story. Like there's nothing true to it whatsoever. He feigns like he's got some sympathy or he has some concern because I'm a parent. You know, I wanted her to be found, and then you square that up with what we see the prep was for before he went to Athena's house. When you see and hear what Terry and Rebecca described as what they've heard actually happened, and he has left out a huge.
He's left out the truth.
He's left out the truth.
Other than the fact that he killed her.
Right.
Which is what they told us in opening statements.
Right.
Lie upon lie upon lie, and he only told the truth about one thing, that he killed her.
Right. I mean, that's it. And everything else, you just can't believe. Like everything else throughout this trial has been shown to be not true. I mean, everything that he has said. And you know, when you talk about, we watched the video of how perturbed he was that there are these police and the search unit on the road that he wants to go down to finish delivering packages that he should have delivered the day before. And he's just like, well, yeah, I found that out, or I knew that something was going on because I was on the road and I saw people there. But he was frustrated that those people were there. They were in his way.
They were in his way because he needed to deliver those packages.
Yeah.
He didn't deliver the day before while he was killing Athena.
Right, right. And to hear now what we know had happened before he's talking to them, and the fact that he could sit there all calm and nonchalantly give them some fake story when we know just how bad things had gotten and what he did.
It is awful on levels that cannot, you know, really be put into words. I will tell you what we do know. We do know right now the jury is either finished listening to that audio because they were supposed to start back up at 1, or should be wrapping up here pretty soon. What we're being told is that as soon as that they finish listening to that audio, that the trial feed will come back up. And so I think until that happens, we're going to keep listening to this interview because I think this interview hits home a whole different way than it did last week.
We'll get you the help you need. So you got to trust us on it. Okay?
How can you stop me from hurting me?
Well, there's several ways to do that. We're capable of doing that, for sure. We have the resources, the capabilities. We're in a controlled environment. We can keep you safe. Okay? You can trust me. You continue to trust me.
I trust you.
Okay. I want
He
you.
doesn't.
Okay, listen to me. I want you and Zero to trust me.
He's telling me this is all a trap.
There's no trap. There's no trap. We're gonna get you some cigarettes, and we're gonna find her. Well, in order for me and you to keep this trust and this open line of communication, and for me to be able to get you anything, for me to be able to let you talk to your family, to do anything, move forward, smoke a cigarette, we're gonna have to keep on the same page. Okay? You agree with that? You need another water or anything? You do? Okay. We'll get you another water in a second, all right? But what we're gonna do is we're gonna try to get you back out there and look at this location, all right? You good with that? Yep, you smoke a cigarette all the way. We'll go in my truck, more likely. I'm gonna get some things to facilitate that, and then we're gonna do it, okay? Danny, you got any more questions for that?
No, I just think
Okay, so we are starting to see the shot from the courtroom come back up here in just a moment. So let's just take a listen. Okay, well, just cut that audio and just let us talk. Are our mics up right now? Okay, sorry guys, we're trying to work through this. We want to make sure you don't miss anything that's happening in that courtroom. All that's happening right now is some sort of static coming from that courtroom. I don't know exactly what that means. Okay, let's go ahead and go to it. It's truck video, folks.
Okay. Sorry, I accidentally turned on the freaking, what's it called?
Did you eat that hamburger today?
Yeah.
Oh, they came up fast.
No, I ate it for lunch today.
Are you on your way home?
I'm on my way back to the station.
Okay. Well, I need you to stop at, I have some free book paper.
Date ready for the day.
Okay, last thing I heard was toilet paper. What?
Albert Finger.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
in here and kind of, I guess I just ate.
I'm sorry, Ken, I didn't see your question, but yeah, I think that's what he was trying to do. I don't understand why this dude didn't realize and recognize those cameras. I know you know they was in there. This is weird. Hey, y'all.
I'm just giving you a heads up. I would give me the same truck tomorrow because it kind of smells like barf in here. And kind of, I guess I just ate something bad earlier, but I kind of threw up in the back of the truck, which I'm still good to work tomorrow. Don't worry. But I did eat something that didn't agree with me, and it kind of stinks now.
Okay.
I'm
Did you wash it? Way to wash it out?
I just stopped at Love's and I used some paper towels and some sanitizer spray.
Well, see what you can do quickly to clean it up. And I'll let Chase know.
Oh no, I mean I already cleaned it up. I just got done cleaning it up.
All right, we'll bring something tomorrow to kind of break it down, but yeah, we'll pick it back in that truck.
Yeah, it smells bad. I got rid of the throw, I couldn't get rid of the smell.
Okay, well, thank you for letting me know. I hope you're feeling better.
Oh, after I threw up, I felt a lot better. I was feeling a little bit nauseous all day. But clearly I'm not rid of whatever it was.
I appreciate you knocking out the route.
Oh yeah, I mean I can deal with being nauseous.
All right, man. Well, you'll get a good night's sleep, and we got a big day tomorrow. So.
I know. Like, I figured out what it's looking like.
I don't. I'm getting ready to call Chase and see. I'm gonna let him know. I can let you know as well. I'll text you back.
All right.
All right, man. Thank you. Have a good evening.
All right, me too.
All right, thanks, Tanner.
Hey, just let you know, I wasn't able to tell you earlier because I was trying to go and get some cleaning supplies. Got a lot of them, but I kind of threw up in the back of the truck. I threw up in the back of the truck. So there's this one single gas station that's out where I work, right? And they have this little cafe on the inside. I ate a hamburger for lunch. You know, there's a little bit pink in the middle, but you know, normally that's not that big of a deal. I eat burgers like that in restaurants all the time. But I've been feeling nauseous for the last few hours. And I finally just blew it. Oh no, I actually feel a
well, let's just turn through that very. All right, love you. Bye.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
May your frank arrest and those will be excused. You may run. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
State.
This time, state rest, Your Honor.
Okay. The state is rested, and I've told you what your schedule will be next week. Okay, so we will see y'all on Wednesday. Same routine you've been doing. That's a lot of days to be exposed to the media, so stay away, okay? We're halfway through. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Deputy King will have things for you when you get back into the jury room, all right? All rise.
Okay, so we just saw the state rest, Keith, and after we heard Rebecca and Terry describe that video and audio that they saw in the courtroom when they were talking to us just before lunch, and then to see him driving around cool as a cucumber, going to that gas station, getting cleaning supplies and paper towels to clean up, and then just taking phone calls and, telling his dispatcher, I got sick. And so, give me a different truck tomorrow. And, probably ate a bad hamburger. I mean, and then, seeing him stuff her clothing inside his backpack.
I mean, a picture's worth 1,000 words, a video, probably more words, but to see him get the paper towels and the cleaner and just go back there and squat down and scrub, in a parking lot of a gas station. It's not like he even goes to a secret place. He just does it out where tons of people would be walking around, and just no regard for anything. But to do that, and then to already have a story that you're going to tell dispatch of why your truck might smell, I got sick. And then one thing that I made a note of, and I was telling you while we were watching it, as he's given this excuse for, not feeling well, his truck smells like that he vomited in his truck. And at some point he makes a statement, I actually feel a lot better now. And when you think about when he says that, everything that he's done that day, he's killed a girl, kidnapped a girl, tortured a girl,
dumped a girl.
I mean, all the things that have probably happened in the last 24 to 36 hours of that. And to say, but, oh, you know what? I feel so much better now. And I can't imagine, I can't get how in the world that could come out of your mouth at that point. And he's so calm when he talks to the people, his dispatch, and I think it was his girlfriend.
No, he doesn't sound out of breath. He doesn't sound like he does not. It's just, I've got my story and I'm sticking to it.
Right.
Until I can come up with another story.
Right.
As needed.
Right. And, when he pulls into the garage and we could see the FedEx van or trucks around there, and, he's starting to gradually put his things in his backpack, and then you can see him reach over in the passenger seat, and he gets what's wadded up. And, apart from the testimony that you heard earlier, what that might be, you see him unfold, and it looks like Athena's jeans and her panties. And then it's in his lap. It looks like he's kind of thinking what to do. He scrunches them up, puts them in the backpack along with his other items to leave for the day. Business as usual. I mean, just.
Well, and then we know what he's going to do the next day. He's going to go to work, and he's going to start trying to deliver the new packages that he's getting, and also the ones that he didn't deliver the day before.
Right.
And then he's going to have this encounter on the roadway where where the road is blocked off because people are searching for the little girl that he has kidnapped and killed, and he's frustrated because he can't get through.
Right. Honking the horn at people, acting like he's so surprised that, a girl
Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me? Are you serious? I think is what he says. So it's just that you can be that way. I mean, we can't think of how a person can act like that, can be so nonchalant, can live life as usual, or as normal, with everything that we now know has happened in the hours leading up to that.
When I think about how we started today, we started with Athena's dad, this, very difficult testimony, listening to her father recount, how he had self-destructed after the death of his daughter. And then to go from there to seeing these videos earlier this morning where they were showing how he was covering up the camera. So a couple times from the days before Athena's kidnapping and then from the day of. You see that, you see the calculatedness. And somebody said in the comments, a true sociopath. Well, I don't know if sociopath, psychopath, all the things, all the words I can come up with. And then we heard Rebecca Lopez and Terry Bentley Hill, an attorney that went over to the courthouse, coming out and describing for us the 40 minutes of video that they had watched, and how on that video you see him take Athena to the truck, lift her up into the truck, and she's questioning, like, what's going on? Like, are you a kidnapper? And sort of this whole stranger danger thing. And then him taking her, and, you hear him assault her, and you hear him tell her to take her shirt off, and hear him and her questioning him about it. And then you hear her, it's hard for me to even repeat the words, saying ouch. You can't see it, but you hear her say ouch, ouch. And that's indicative of something sexual is occurring there. And then you hear, and then you hear him, from what they said, driving and listening to Jingle Bell Rock, and because this is, it's November 30th, so we're heading on into Christmas at that time, and then she is crying in the back. Well, of course she's crying, and him threatening her, well, I'll come back there and hurt you some more if you're not quiet, and then hearing later on in that 40 minutes the gasps for air, muffled crying, and stomping. It is monstrous, it is depraved, it is evil, it is vile. And again, that video we just watched, and of course, the state rests. Oh, what else do you have to say?
Right.
What else do you have to say?
And now the jury gets to go, and this is the last thing that they see for the next 4 or 5 days. The last things that they get to think about, and I'm quite sure it's quite heavy, and they will think about this every day that they're waiting until they come back. If you remember, just seeing what I thought was interesting is as it gets closer to the FedEx place where the trucks are, you could see him remove that little driver's license or whatever that covers the front.
Because he thinks he's gotten away with it.
Because he thinks he's gotten away with it. And so, it is one of those things that you cannot imagine. And I keep going back to what the medical examiner said. There wasn't really a part of her body that didn't have an injury or some sort of injury or defect or whatever, that basically he touched, injured every part of her. And that's what the jurors got to listen to earlier today.
Yeah, no, they sure did. People are asking me, why is it till next week? Let me explain. So tomorrow, Monday and Tuesday, they're going to have hearings. These are special hearings that they have, and Keith can explain it better, essentially to qualify expert witnesses. So Keith, explain to folks what that means.
Okay, so what they're going to have is, I would assume that the defense has expert witnesses or people that they want to designate as expert witnesses. And when you do that, you have to have a hearing outside the presence of the jury, so that witness can testify, so that witness can tell the state and the defense what their expertise is, what science that they used in determining the opinion that they're going to give, because they're going to give an expert opinion, and then the judge has to make a determination whether or not he's going to allow their testimony as an expert. So The benefit to that is that both sides get a preview of what the witness is going to testify to. And it also narrows the scope of what the witness is going to testify to. So if the witness is an expert in one thing and the witness gets up and tries to testify to something else outside of what was discussed in that hearing, then the opposite side could make an objection. So
Right.
these hearings, I would assume, because there are going to be a lot of doctors or a lot of experts or people designated as experts, they've got to have these hearings. The judge has to listen to what they have to say, and he has to make a determination whether or not he's going to allow their testimony as an expert witness.
Right. And so that's explaining why the trial won't pick back up in a way where it's going to be publicly streamed. The judge is only allowing us to stream for the most part when the jury's in session. And frankly, I don't really know that we would need to stream all those hearings. A lot of that really is just, like I said, like qualifying those witnesses to be able to testify in this case. We are planning on Friday, Monday, and Tuesday to re-air on WFA Plus, folks. WFA Plus. We're going to re-air day 1 tomorrow, and then on Monday we will re-air day 2, and then on Tuesday we will re-air today. So if you, those are, I think, 3 really key days, and you know, if you're coming in late, that is a way to kind of, for want of a better word, catch up. But today has, you know, it's like, even in the points where I couldn't understand what they were doing, and I still think it's some of the DNA stuff that they could have tightened it up a little bit, but I get it now.
Well,
I get it.
I think today the picture came a little bit clearer, right? Like, I think that the state's been working and building and building and building their case, and I think today was the day that it really came into focus on a lot of things. You know, and I think with us watching his interview again while the jurors were watching the truck videos that the judge wasn't going to stream or allow us to stream, I think that now, knowing this and going back and hearing what he first told the officers, it just puts it in a whole new context of how bad his lies were, how so off the mark.
Folks keep asking me if Rebecca will be back. She will. We're waiting on her. Zeke, do we have any word on Rebecca and Terry in terms of what's going on with them? I'm listening to. Go ahead. Okay, so they're asking right now, folks. You know, the thing about this is that you know, Rebecca is, you know, she was in that courtroom with Terry Bentley Hill, and so they've got to get out. They've got to come out of the courtroom and get situated. It's not. It's just not that simple. But she will be here momentarily to talk to us about what that last 30 minutes showed. The 30 minutes that, and it may be that we saw part of that, you know, because. And we know that there was some more, right, that they aired. I guess there was another 30 minutes, but we got to see, I guess, what, about 10 minutes maybe?
It's probably a little more
10,
than
10
that.
15
Yeah,
minutes.
10, 15
that
minutes.
you know, where you see him driving around in that FedEx truck after he has, and to use his words, tossed Athena's body. And, you know, again, just seeing him, you know, stuff her clothing in his backpack, taking phone calls, cleaning the truck. Yeah.
It's a lot. It's a lot to think about, the extent of what he's able to do and to seem so at ease doing it, right? There's just,
which goes to future dangerousness, right?
Right.
And is there anything mitigating? I mean, certainly seems like a future danger.
Right.
Anybody that can do this level of depravity.
I think that that's going to be the state's argument for sure. This level of depravity, this level of lack of remorse. I mean, you could argue that he hasn't shown any remorse at any point in this trial about his actions. And I think that the state will hammer these facts of every extent that he went to cover himself up or to try to cover himself up, every lie he told, every bit of not being honest, every lack of remorse shown. I mean, just the cool, calm collective that he is to come up with stories. And it's just, none of this affects him. I mean, none of this affects him.
No, you know what he's upset about? He got caught. That's it. And he didn't get to spend Christmas with his son.
Right.
I want to emphasize again, I see what y'all are saying in the chat. Rebecca will be here. Just give her a moment to get situated, and she'll have Terry with her. So we're waiting on her. I know you guys really want to know what was in that other 30 minutes that wasn't live streamed. My guess is it will either be as sickening or almost as sickening as what we had already heard. While we wait for Rebecca, so these jurors, they will have the next, let me see, Fridays, basically 5 days. 5 days till they come back on Wednesday. And the thing about it is they're not supposed to talk to their spouse, their child. Could you talk to your therapist? Can you talk to anybody?
I don't think that you can talk to anybody. I don't think that you can talk to anybody until this case is over.
I am trying to process. You're a juror, and you have heard and you have seen this, and you can't talk to anybody. Anybody. I mean, when I leave here, I can make a phone call. I'm not, that to me, I cannot imagine. Well, somebody's asking, are they allowed to see a counselor? I mean, Keith is saying he doesn't think so. Doesn't think they're allowed to talk to anybody.
I don't think, I will say this. I think that they could go see a counselor in that time period, but I don't think that they can discuss this case. I don't think that they can discuss the facts of this case. The instruction that the court gives them is that you're not to talk about the case, discuss the case apart from the other jurors that you're with. And really, it's only at the time that they're supposed to deliberate. So even whenever they're back there with the 12 of them together, they're not supposed to discuss things until it becomes deliberation time.
Hey, Zeke, when you say Rebecca's notes, do you mean her notes from the last 30 minutes or from earlier? Oh, okay. Okay, I see what you're saying. Oh, well, you know what? Let's bring that up and we can walk through it. So like I said, we're still waiting for Rebecca and Terry. But Rebecca has it's up on our live blog that Jason Trahan has been maintaining, and so this is Rebecca's accounting of that. I'm getting up to it in my own notes. Okay, so this is just after. Okay, so here we go. He's still in his FedEx shirt. Oh, okay. Okay. This is her notes from. This is from. I'm sorry, folks. This is from. Let's go back to the earlier part.
I think if you scroll down, I saw.
I'm gonna scroll down.
I'm sorry.
Let me scroll. I'm getting there, folks. Hold on. Give me 1 sec. Okay, so they're standing at the back of the van. He lifts her inside and shuts the door and gets in the truck with her. Don't scream or I will hurt you, he tells her. Where are you taking me? Athena asks. She stands up and he makes her sit down. She looks scared. She asks again, where are you taking me? Horner then covers the camera lens. The audio is still recording. Horner mumbles something and calls Athena sweetie. I have school tomorrow, Athena tells him. How old are you? He asks her. She starts to tell him that she's 7. Why do you have a lunchbox? She asks. For my lunch, he tells her. Where do you go to school? Athena says she's in elementary school. Athena asks if her teacher is nice, and she says yes. Horner asks if she has a horse, and Athena says yes. Horner starts slowing down the van. Athena asks, is this your house? Horner says no. Athena asks where he lives. Far away, he answers. Where are we going? What are you doing? We're going to hang out for a while, Horner tells her. Take off your short shirt, he orders her. Athena, why? What are you doing? Horner, shh. Athena starts crying. She asks what he is doing and if he is a kidnapper. He says, my mom said you can't do that. And she continues crying. I'm not going to hurt her, he tells her. The radio comes on. Athena cries, no, no, and asks for her mother. She asks to go home and asks again if he is a kidnapper. Then, why are you doing this, she asks. Because you are pretty. You know that, is Horner's reply. My mom says I can't do that to anybody, and you can't do that to me either. After she asks again to go home, then you can hear choking and a slamming noise. At that point, some jurors are crying. They hear Athena gasp for air, whimpering and moaning in pain. Athena gasps for air. Horner is breathing hard. He apparently stops the van and Athena is screaming. Then you hear what sounds like stomping or slamming her against the floor. She continues to scream in pain. By now, 30 minutes have elapsed in the recording. Then you hear Jingle Bell Rock come on the radio. As Athena continues screaming and moaning in pain, Horner begins to sing along to the song. Shut up, he tells her. If you don't shut up, I will hurt you worse. Jurors are still watching the video and listening to audio depicting the killing of Athena. The courtroom feed is disabled, per the judge. We're told that jurors are now... Okay, this is going back a little further, guys. Sorry, I was reading. Wow, okay. I don't know what was worse, reading that or hearing them recounted earlier. It was all pretty bad. Yeah, Keith.
It's no matter how many times you hear it, it's tough to hear. It's hard to hear. And you know, talking with Rebecca and Harry earlier, and then describing what happened or what the video was showing, and then you read in Rebecca's notes there, you know, there just aren't words for it. I mean, there just are not words for that.
You and we've been around a long time. I've been doing this 30 years, and when you struggle to recount something like this, how long have you been an attorney?
23 years.
You've been 23 years. How long were you a prosecutor?
Almost 11.
Yeah, so you've prosecuted horrible crimes. I've covered horrible crimes, all the things. And I think also it's because we have a level of video and audio that we wouldn't normally have, right? I mean, just all the interrogations that he did, all the video from this FedEx truck, this kind of stuff in most cases doesn't exist. This is, I mean, it's like a horrible made-for-TV movie.
Well, it's something to be said with what we're seeing now. And sometimes it's easier just to maybe read something or hear testimony in court. And we used to always say, you know, and want to take jurors back to the scene, because in a courtroom, it's a sterile environment, right? Everything's safe. You've got deputies and bailiffs in there, and you don't have the smells, the darkness of the truck, the tone and inflection of his voice as he's commanding her of these things. Yeah. And so you want to take a jury back to that, and they got to get some perspective of that when they listen to that audio, and it just elevates.
They didn't have to imagine.
They didn't. They got to hear it with their own two ears, and maybe they didn't get to see everything that happened in there, but to hear it, it is just a different level for them, taking all that in.
Yeah, and yes, it's all the things, and we are also continuing to wait for Rebecca and Terry to call in so that we can find out kind of what was on the remainder of the 30 minutes that we did not see. Certainly what was described in what Rebecca wrote for the blog is frankly more than enough, but I'm guessing, and this is a little bit of a guess, that probably that remainder 30 minutes is him continuing doing what he's doing to her, and then, to use his words, tossing her body.
I think you're right. I think you're right on that. And again, I've seen a lot of trials, tried capital murders, seen death penalty cases, and I'm at a loss for words. This guy and these facts and what we're seeing just totally have to be at the top of the top that I've seen. I mean, there's no real explanation for this. And again, just living with talking about this stuff, I'm at a loss of words, to be honest with you.
Me too. So we're going to start while we wait for Rebecca and Terry. We'll answer a few questions. So somebody asked, will the jury receive counseling services for their service in court? Does that happen? Do you know?
My understanding is that there are counseling services. Now, I think that the big issue is going to be the funding from the state, but my understanding is that there are resources that jurors could take advantage of for counseling in a situation like this. It's just whether or not they pay for it or whether or not there might be some services that are provided by the state of Texas.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm personally a big proponent of it, having done this for a long time. It is not weak to get therapy. Right. What is weak is not dealing with it, right. Because, or not, I say weak's not the right word, but the reality is that if you don't deal with this stuff, if you don't process it, it comes out in other ways. Right. And I know in talking to, because of my job, I know a lot of lawyers, a lot of prosecutors, and cops, and a lot of people are in these professions that are exposed to things that are just not normal, right? And so I have found it helpful, in situations like these, just to talk to somebody, because this is you don't want to take this home to your family, right? I'm going to go home to my 14-year-old kid tonight, and he can't fathom what we have seen and what we have heard and what we've talked about. The same for you. And so that's why I hope they do. I hope they do.
And I think that it's one of those things, especially in the last, let's say 10 years, you go back 20 years ago and we weren't talking about mental health like we're talking about it now. And you're absolutely right. The toll that these cases take on police, prosecutors, defense attorneys, reporters, people that are seeing this on a daily basis, it takes its toll. And fortunately, as we've had more conversations, and unfortunately, as we've seen tragedies of people that didn't seek help, could not adjust, it caused strain and things like that. People are more apt to talk about it, which I think is always a good thing.
No, absolutely. I covered a horrible shooting about close to 10 years ago when 5 police officers were killed in downtown Dallas. And about a year after that, they interviewed me, and they said, how do you cope? And I said, oh, well, coping is not talking about it. Well, that was the wrong answer.
Right.
Because, what ultimately was, I realized I needed to talk about it. I needed to deal with it. And so I can't emphasize enough, and I know we're a little off topic, but I think a case like this with such gravity, it really is important. So we're going to continue answering some of the questions in the chat. So people are asking, are prosecutors required to watch the videos, or are they subjected to it at the same time? Well, they would have had to watch these before.
Yeah, and that's the deal with, if it's the prosecutor's case, they're going to have to watch it, right? They've got to see what the evidence is and make a determination on what pieces of evidence they're going to put in. I think that you don't have to have the whole DA's office watching the video. Not every prosecutor has to, but those involved in the case, they have to. And just like Athena's mom was saying, and apologizing to the prosecutors
and now we know why.
Defense, and we know why, because y'all have to watch this. Y'all have to go through this because this is y'all's case. And unfortunately, it's something that the prosecutors involved, they have to do it.
Absolutely. So somebody asked me, do you think the judge will seal the video and audio? Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I don't foresee a platform where anyone's going to be able to watch that outside of those people that were in the jury box and in that courtroom.
And he can absolutely do that. And I've seen that done in cases. And these are the kind of situations where it makes a lot of sense to seal the autopsy photos, the video, that kind of thing. Yeah, I do believe he will. It will most likely happen. A lot of times you'll see that towards the end of the case. You'll see that sort of things. So somebody asked Keith if you have a psych background. You've never been a counselor, have you?
I've never been a counselor, but I will tell you this, and you talk to a lot of prosecutors and defense attorneys, and I think a lot of people will say you're part attorney, part counselor, depending on whether you're talking with victims or talking with defendants or defendants' families. And so I don't have a psych background, but just the nature of what you do, you talk to people a lot, you get to understand how people tick and just determining whether they're being truthful with you or not truthful with you. And so you have to get good at reading people and reading things if you want, just like in reporting, if you want to get to the truth, if you want to be effective in your job. And I think that that's just something that kind of comes out from having enough conversations with people.
Right. And I know that for my job, part of whenever I'm interviewing someone, and actually when I go back and listen to the interview, if you hear too much of me, then I've not done a good job. You should hear my voice as little as possible, because ideally my goal would be to draw you out, whether that's the person who, because a lot of times I end up interviewing a lot of victims' families in all kinds of different cases. That's the reality, just of the nature of, and it's not unusual in my job where sometimes I'm the first person they've told, maybe this first or second person they've really told that story to, and it becomes very heavy very quickly. So yeah. Okay, so we'll keep going down the questions while we wait for Rebecca. We have Rebecca. Okay, so let's go to Rebecca. Rebecca, just talk to us about that last half hour.
Yeah, the last half hour basically was just showing what he is doing after. It starts off first, the tape does start off, but you still hear Athena, and he is still continuing to tell her to be quiet. And then he pulls over, and then you just hear a lot of noises and banging. And, clearly at this point, you almost hear gasping, and then you hear him breathing really hard. And then you hear the noise where he's opening the truck. And at this point, he's disposing of her body. And then you just hear him really heavy breathing. And then he gets back into the vehicle and then pulls up into a gas station where he buys cleaning supplies. And then you just see him back there cleaning the back of the truck. And he does that for a while. And then he just gets back in and starts making phone calls, starts texting. But the first thing that you see after he disposes of her body is he takes the little sticky note off the camera. So we see him and he's just smoking a cigarette. He's smoking a cigarette, throwing the ashes out the window, listening to music. And then we see him pull over into the gas station, and then does the cleanup, and then did y'all see that part? I don't know.
We did actually see that part. We saw essentially it starts up for us with, I think when he removes the sticky note was the part where we started seeing it.
Okay. Yeah, which was the judge did want them to see. Yeah.
Which Keith and I were talking about it, and it was just, what struck us is just how cool and calm and collected he is as he's trying to cover up his crime, basically.
Well, yeah, and I mean, literally right before that, I mean, he drives a little ways. You clearly hear where he is, where she is still crying, and he's still telling her to shut up. Then he stops the vehicle, and I'm assuming at this point he is where he's going to take the body, and then that's where I believe he kills her. She takes her last breath, and it is very disturbing because there's just all this like noise, and you can hear dragging and bags and banging and doors, and it's just a lot of noise. But you can only imagine, what he is doing, and then. Yeah, and then you guys see where he, puts the little sticky note up, and then just, smoking a cigarette, like no big deal. I mean, I'm telling you, I was watching this jury throughout this video. Again, some are crying, some are sobbing, some are glaring at him. I do know that the defense is going to obviously try to mount a defense. They've got 19 witnesses, and we're told that his brother, who is also, I guess, in prison, is going to do some sort of call into the court. And I'm not sure if he's his character witness, but I don't know, because there's been no family members here for him or anybody showing support for him. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of defense they're going to mount, because quite frankly, the way that I looked at the jury, and then Terry, our analyst, was here. She was watching how the jury was reacting, and she just thinks that it's very likely that this jury is going to vote to sentence him to death.
Yeah, I think so too. Has Terry left for the day?
Yeah, she left.
Okay, well, and we really appreciate Terry going over there and watching it with you. I think it really added, and just if nothing else, to have somebody to sit there with to watch something so horrific.
Yes, and then we interviewed her about her thoughts, and so we'll have some of her interview for our 6 and 10 o'clock news. But she, she's been a defense attorney for her whole career, and she was saying that also for her, she's never seen or heard something just so horrific in a courtroom. And most people in that courtroom, I'm telling you, they were crying, there were sobs, you could hear sniffling. Even the judge looked, disturbed. Both the defense, the prosecution. There's no way that you could sit there in that courtroom and not feel emotion. Even members of the media, everyone. You hear this little girl that so innocently gets in this vehicle thinking that she's just going for a ride. I don't know what he tells her to get her into that vehicle, but she just is like, "Hey, where are we going?" Like he's taking her somewhere. And then as time goes on, she's realizing, oh, something's wrong, and her stranger danger thing that her parents had taught her, she starts saying, "Are you my kidnapper? Where are you taking me? Why are you doing this?" And then, then the really bad stuff begins to happen. And it's very, very graphic. And I believe that the judge is never going to allow this tape to be seen again. I do believe that it's sealed, so no one will ever see it. And honestly, I think that is best also for the family, because they were not in the courtroom. They did not want to see it. Both mom and dad stepped out. Some family members stayed, I think her sister, for about a few minutes. And then the moment that Athena is seen getting in the truck, and she's like, "Where are we going?" The rest of the family got up and left. And I don't blame them. I wouldn't have been able to sit through that if I were a family member either.
No, I mean, Keith and I've talked about this. There's just things you cannot unsee. And, the other thing we were talking about is just that these jurors, frankly, anybody who was in that courtroom that saw that video, and even just hearing about it, people are going to need therapy, counseling. I mean, this is just not a normal thing to see and hear.
No, Tanya, and you and I have covered a lot of cases over the years, and I just recently was at the case of the Uvalde police officer and saw a lot of horrific things there. And I'm telling you, after a while, and you digesting this kind of stuff, it does, it does begin to impact you. And so I can imagine, you and I are used to covering stories, and so over the years, I found different ways to cope with that. But when you're a juror and you're people that have never heard or seen some of this, that is going to be very difficult for them, for sure. And the judge even said, "I'm going to be watching the jury." And he was watching the jury to see if there was anyone that was in distress or needed to leave, or for him to call a break. And he was watching the jury, and he told them, "I'm going to watch. If I see any signs, I'm going to stop the video and take a break." And so he was watching the jury very closely.
Keith, do you have anything you want to ask Rebecca?
Rebecca, I was just kind of curious, did Tanner Horner's appearance or demeanor change at any point throughout that whole video that was shown?
Most of the time he was just looking straight down. He was like, his head was so close to the table, like he was just looking down. There were times when he seemed a little upset. I mean, he had his hands on his head. I don't know if that's because he was upset about what he was hearing, or upset the fact that the situation that he's facing, death or life in prison for the rest of his life without parole. But he's looking down most of the time. He never really, I think at one point he looked over at the jury, and then that was it. The rest of the time he just either looked straight ahead or to the ground. But no, there wasn't a whole lot of reaction from that. Yesterday, we saw a little bit more reaction where we did see his chin quivering when the mom was testifying, Athena's mom. We did see some sort of humanness to him at that point, but today, nothing.
Yeah. I mean, we were, the other thing Keith and I were talking about was, we were struggling yesterday to understand, what was the kind of the point of all the DNA testimony. And, and Terry mentioned it earlier. It makes, while I still think they could have streamlined it a little bit, it makes a lot more sense now, right? After you guys recounted what you heard on that audio.
Oh, it is clear, Tanya, that something happened because he tells her, take off your shirt. And she's saying, why? My mommy says, I'm not supposed to do this to someone and you're not supposed to be doing this to me. Clearly, her mom has had these conversations about, don't let anybody touch you. And she's like, why are you doing this to me? Stop. No, no, no. And he's just like continuing. And she's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And it's very innocently at a child that doesn't, ever been in that kind of situation would not know what he is doing. But there is something definitely sexual of nature happening at that moment. There is no doubt about it in my mind when you hear it and you hear what Athena is saying and what he's doing, and you hear him, and then you hear the point where he then begins to strangle her. You hear that moment, and it was just very disturbing.
It is, and the other thing, we replayed part of Tanner Horner. Remember the part where he first comes up with Zero, where Zero for the alter ego, the fake alter ego first comes out.
Yeah.
And when you listen to that again, right, it has a whole lot different meaning. I mean, people in the chat were talking about just how it struck them differently once you saw everything else and then rewatched that part.
Yeah. Well, and then his interviews, and you really begin to really dislike this guy because in the interviews where he's feeling sorry for himself and woe is after you hear what he did in that van, and then you hear him blaming everybody else. There's no way that that this jury is going to be able to get past it, I don't think, because he just is blaming everyone else and woe is me and look how horrible I am. But then you hear poor little Athena and what happens to her. And there are moments, Tanya, where she's calling for her mom. I want my mama. Please, I want to go home. Can you take me home? I want to go home. Take me home to my mom. And that is the point when I turned to the jury, and there were a couple of the women, the female jurors were crying, but there were female jurors that were very emotional, and one of them that was also crying, but you could hear sobs coming from the jury, especially when you hear her saying, I want to go home. Why can't you take me home? Where are you? It's just, it was gut-wrenching.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Rebecca. And and again, now we know why Athena's mom said what she said, that she was sorry that people were going to have to see and hear that. It makes, we knew it was going to be bad, but I think it was far worse than even any of us could have imagined.
I think a lot of times when you think of death, you hope, I guess even as a parent that you hope, but you wish that they didn't suffer. But little Athena, she was tortured. It wasn't that he killed her and it was quick. He strangled her and hit her and stomped on her. Blunt force trauma. You could hear it all, Tanya, not just for a few minutes, but for nearly an hour. And she is begging. He's just like, shut up, stop crying. It is the most callous thing I have ever seen anyone do. It was really horrible.
Okay. Well, Rebecca, we're going to let you go. I know you've got, you're working on our stories for the 6 and 10, and thank you. And we will see you again, I'm sure.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Wow. It has been, we're day 8 of this trial. And you know, in trials, sometimes you'll have days when it's really boring. I mean, or it's harder to, where it feels, I'm trying to look for the right words, but this trial, there hasn't been a day where it hasn't been heavy and hard. And like every day, you just have something new that you're trying to wrap your mind around. And I don't feel for this jury. I mean, I do feel for this jury. I'm sorry, I do feel for this jury.
Well, you know, it's like we were talking about earlier. It just seems like every day more and more. And you think that you know where it's going, and you think that, well, he's just really bad. And then you hear more and more and more. And, you know, like Rebecca said, to hear what went on for almost an hour, over an hour in that truck, you just cannot wrap your head around the torture and what Athena unfortunately had to go through.
Horrible.
Awful, the worst.
And it's yeah. And I think it's when I listen to Rebecca and Terry recount what they saw and what they heard, again, you knew yesterday when we heard Athena's mom testify that it was going to be bad, but to know that the suffering that little girl went through, and then also, you know, when you match that up with the story that her mom told about Athena going for help when her grandma died, right? And you see that she's got this wherewithal, right? I mean, she's having an actual, it points, it's from what Rebecca's described, like a conversation with him, questioning him. Why are you doing this? Why are you taking me there? Where are we going? Are you a kidnapper? You know, basically, take me home.
Well, you have the bad stuff that happens in that, and to sandwich it or to put alongside it, now you have Athena's sweet 7-year-old voice to go along with what you're hearing. And it's just like that intuitiveness that she had with her when her grandmother passed away. And you see at first she gets in there and she's not sure what's going on. And I think Rebecca said that you can start to see video where she looks fearful or she looks scared or sounds scared. And as the realization of that she's not getting to go home and she's not escaping, and this doesn't look good. I think that she eventually started to sense that this wasn't a good situation that she was in.
No, I think pretty quickly. And Rebecca, somebody was asking me if there's video of him at the creek. From what Rebecca says, you hear Athena in that last 30 minutes, and you hear him continuing to tell her shut up, and you hear like banging and doors shutting. Presumably that's him dumping her body. That would be my
She says
guess.
he's out of breath and
Right.
that labored, like kind of labored and things like that. So I don't think there's video, but you can assume what's going on based off of that from what Rebecca says.
Right. And then when we do get video, which is when the live stream started back up, you see him take that, I guess it was driver's license or whatever he was using to cover it with. And then you see him driving in that vehicle, appearing, you know, cool and calm as a cucumber, taking phone calls, making arrangements to pick up toilet paper, you know, telling his boss that he's thrown up and, you know, can he get a different truck tomorrow because this one has a smell in it, going to the Love station, getting cleaning supplies and paper towels and cleaning, and then dropping off the truck and then putting her clothes inside the backpack. And of course, then we're going to see, or we saw either earlier this week or last week, the days start to run together, them finding her clothing behind the shed, and it is a shed that he was living in. So when you just really put that all together, combined with his internet searches and his interviews with law enforcement, it just all tells a story. And prosecutors have delivered on their promise. They said we were going to see, and I said it more than, they said we're going to see lie upon lie upon lie, and we have seen that. And we have absolutely seen that.
Everything that he has said has turned out to be a lie. And like you said, we've seen it. I think yesterday, with wondering the sexual assault element kind of in the last few days, the prosecution kind of made that an opening statement. And we kind of wondered, hey, are y'all going to be able to deliver on that? Because these numbers are low and it didn't look like, with the medical findings and things like that, that they might be able to deliver. And then today it sounds like they totally delivered even on that aspect too. And again,
Well, because of the sounds that
Right.
you hear, and you just know.
Right.
Okay, you know what's happening.
Right.
I mean, you get some sense of what is happening. That, yeah.
And so I think that, you never as a prosecutor want to promise something and not be able to deliver on it. And I think right now, as the prosecution rests, I think that they have delivered on just about everything that they said that they were going to bring to this jury.
And so what we do know is that tomorrow they will be having these hearings. They'll be having hearings Monday and Tuesday. These Daubert hearings where they will am I pronouncing
Daubert,
that?
yeah,
Daubert? Okay.
Daubert hearings.
They'll be pronounced that they'll be basically qualifying these expert witnesses. And then on Wednesday morning, we will see the defense start up and try to do something. We'll see how that goes. It's hard to imagine. It is hard to imagine him getting life in prison without parole. It is.
Yeah, I don't know what witnesses they have. I think that the state's case, a lot of evidence, overwhelming evidence. I think the state's case has overwhelming emotion to it because of what happened. And I just think that, we'll see what the defense has, but I think it's a huge uphill battle for the defense.
It's like a Mount Everest.
It's a Mount Everest. I don't know
how do you mitigate
mitigate? I don't know what he could have experienced in his life that could somehow lead to all of this or some sort of rationalization or understanding of that. Just it's a huge uphill battle for the defense, I think.
So we'll answer a couple questions before we go. Somebody asked, how is it legal to allow the brother in prison to participate in this trial? He can.
Yeah, he's a witness. Now, probably before, you might not have seen it unless they bench warranted him back and he comes into the jail in chains and his inmate uniform and he testifies. But it is the punishment phase, so the jury's going to be able to hear all the good, bad, in between as it relates to Tanner. And so his brother's just going to be one of those witnesses, whether you want to call him a character witness or
that might be the best they can do.
That might be. I guess the girlfriend might not be around anymore in light of all this.
Yeah, and I don't know if we're going to hear from her. We had speculated about whether Horner would take the stand. I don't know. I have a hard time believing that he would. Can you imagine the questioning if he did?
If we thought we saw fireworks, we've seen fireworks. If he takes the stand, it's just going to be on another level with the prosecution getting to cross-examine him. No, I don't understand. I don't see a reason why he would. The only reason why I could see him testifying is if he just decides that he's going to do it, and it's probably going to be contrary to what his attorneys would recommend.
So people keep asking for the blog. If you go to WFA.com, let me double check and make sure it's on the home page. I'm pulling it up right now to look. Okay, the live blog link, if you go to the top of the chat, is pinned up there. In fact, that's how I accessed it. I just clicked on it. So if you just go to the top of the chat and you click on it, you can get that live blog link. And it's a really good way to catch up on, if you don't want to go back and watch 7 or 8 hours. We would like you to, but if you don't want to, you can read that blog and it will walk you through the events of the day today and also prior days. Okay, so we'll answer a few more questions. So somebody says, are the next 19 witnesses there solely there to minimize the sentence to life in prison without parole or death penalty?
I think that they're going to be there just to testify, whether it's an expert witness or a family witness, I think that I wouldn't necessarily characterize it as a situation where that one witness is for that one purpose. I think that the totality of the witnesses is going to be the defense is going to try to use in some way to mitigate or to show that there's some mitigation to Tanner and that there's some mitigation of why the jury shouldn't give him the death penalty. Now, whether it's convincing to a jury, that's what we'll find out, but they're going to make an effort to try to do and put on witnesses that they can say in the totality based off of what these people have testified to. This is why you should believe that there's some mitigation evidence to mitigate just giving him a life sentence.
So, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, but we can talk a little bit more about it. This is, somebody says, how will those jurors, hold on, let me get back to, how will those jurors basically, this person basically is asking how these jurors will deal with after having listened to this horror, how will they deal with it for the next 5 days?
I think for each juror, that could be something different, right? Like, I think
I'd go hiking.
Yeah, you might go hiking. Some other juror might go play golf and try to get their mind off of it or whatever. I mean, but the deal is no matter what they do to try to escape it, as we have heard, I just don't think that there's going to be something that they can do where they're not thinking it to some extent about what they've heard, because you don't hear this on a daily basis.
No, and people are asking, can they talk to each other about the case? No, they cannot talk to each other about the case. They cannot talk to each other. They cannot talk to anybody else. They can only start talking about this when everybody rests and they are sent back to deliberate. Now, once the case is fully over and they've rendered their verdict, they can talk to anybody they want. But right now, they are sworn to keep this all inside themselves.
Right.
So that's a heavy load for anybody. So I'm trying to see if there's any other questions. Oh, somebody's asking if we'll interview a juror after the verdict. If one of them wants to talk, absolutely, I know we would. I have interviewed in other cases jurors, and that's always really interesting because oftentimes when I've interviewed jurors, they didn't key in on the same things I keyed in on.
Right.
And they had different reasoning for why they did what they did. And so it is always very interesting to hear the thoughts and perspectives of jurors. So if any of them are willing to be interviewed, we will absolutely want to talk to them. People keep asking about Rebecca's notes. The live blog is pinned to the top of this chat. They're asking, were his attorneys state appointed or did he hire them himself? No, these are state appointed. These are a special public defender firm unit. Can you explain that to him, Keith?
Yeah, I think it's a regional unit, my understanding. And so sometimes, especially in some of these counties where the defense bar might not be as broad or as big, you might not have attorneys that are qualified to handle death penalty cases. And so there is a regional office that will appoint attorneys to represent or go to certain jurisdictions, counties, to represent people whenever they're needed. And so Susan Anderson's one of those. And I'm not sure if I ever have gotten her co-counsel's name, but they're qualified to handle a death penalty case. And so my understanding is that they were appointed. I think at one point in time, maybe he had hired someone.
He did have some different attorneys initially.
Right. But now they represent him. And so that's kind of how that works, is not only do you have to be a defense attorney or an attorney, but you also need to be qualified and know how to handle a death penalty case. And so the attorneys that he has definitely know how to do that, and they're doing their job.
Somebody says, okay, somebody's asking about what was basically asking about the reaction from the jurors of during the playing of the video and audio. From what Rebecca and Terry said, that the jurors were very emotional. I mean, people were sobbing, and I can absolutely imagine why, because that's just not a normal thing to have to see. And I'm trying to see if anybody else has anything else, because we're about to wrap up here. Okay. Some people keep saying that it's not the link is not working. I don't know, guys. I clicked on it myself. That's how I got to the live blog. So somebody's asking, what happens if at least one person votes for life instead of the death penalty?
Well, it's a hung jury. And so if it's a hung jury, it's an automatic life sentence.
They have to agree. They have to agree on both questions.
Right. And so, yeah, so that's the deal. That's why, it's really important, as I know that they've talked about, y'all have discussed in earlier days of they spend weeks and months just trying to get a qualified jury, a jury that can.
It took 5 weeks to seat this jury.
Yeah, that can say that they can consider and assess death if it's the appropriate thing to do, that they can keep an open mind, that they could consider and assess life if they thought it was the appropriate thing to do, and that they can answer these 2 questions or keep an open mind to answering the 2 questions. So they have to have all of those things in order to be able to sit on this jury. And so, yeah, but it has to be unanimous in order for them to give them the death penalty.
Okay, so folks are asking if they're done for the day. Yes, they are done for the day. They will be back tomorrow for hearings, which are not going to be live streamed. We will be live streaming on WFA Plus day 1 tomorrow, and then on Monday we will stream day 2, and then on Tuesday we will live stream today, and then Wednesday the jury will be back and they will be starting, up with the defense's case. And people are asking me essentially how long this might go. I mean, if I'm making a guess, through the end of next week. I think it's theoretically possible it goes into the first of the following week, but I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know. And right now we're hearing there might be 19 defense witnesses. Now, whether they call all 19 or whether they change their mind on that could definitely determine how long it goes. I would think that it's probably at least going to go till the end of next week, but maybe into the week after.
People are asking, is there any way they can support Maitland right now? I'm guessing prayers. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I really don't know the answer to that. And so somebody was asking me if we'll be covering the Charlie Kirk case, Charlie Kirk cases. Sorry, I didn't mean to sneeze. The Charlie Kirk case is out of our area. So I don't see us covering that case. At least not like this, because when we do live streams, this is actually it is myself, my guest, and then Jason, who's back there running the blog, and then Zeke, who is running the live stream. So it takes at least 4 people, and then beyond that, you just have our assignments desk that's involved in actually organizing this entire effort. So it takes a lot of manpower to do this, but we're happy to do it, and I think it has a lot of benefits. So, okay, I'm going to wrap up. I'm going to give my quick wrap up. So we're going to do this in a couple minutes. So today we started with Athena's father, a super emotional testimony from Athena's father. Then we saw these clips of these videos from inside that delivery truck, seeing him covering up that camera, that front-facing camera. And then we had Ranger Espinoza get on the stand, and they went and they did these. This was the part that wasn't streamed that Rebecca and Terry came out and talked about, where you see him walk Athena to the truck, and then you hear this horrible scene play out. You hear her questioning him, where are you taking me? Are you kidnapping me? You hear her saying things that would indicate that some sort of sexual abuse is going on. You hear her moaning and crying, and you hear him indications of strangulation, which of course she died of strangulation with smothering, blunt force trauma, strangulation with smothering. And also you hear stomping. and then you hear doors slamming. And then we saw when the stream came back on, you saw him driving around, cleaning the truck. You know, he went to the Love station, talking on the phone to his boss, telling him he got sick, he needs a different truck, talking to I don't know if it was his girlfriend or his mother about, you know, picking up some
toilet paper,
yeah, that kind of thing. Just totally cool as a cucumber, and then putting Athena's clothes inside his backpack. And then the prosecution rested. And so it was a heavy day, and a heavy day doesn't even begin to describe it. I want to
just a lot that just sits with you, and it just kind of lingers with you, because your mind can do a lot of things, and they're hearing the audio, and sympathy for these jurors that have to hear this. You know, one thing that really stuck out to me today is that whole in opening statements, prosecutors talked about this maybe practice run through, or maybe this time where he was going to maybe abduct a neighbor the day before. And today we got to see, as he covered up those dash cams, we got to actually see, oh, well, he covered it up maybe about an hour and a half before he ended up at the neighbor's house. And I think that the day that the neighbor testified, the day that dad testified, I know defense tried to make it out like, well, this was totally normal. He even asked if the dad was around, and he went back there and he got the package and he was going to carry it. And they made it sound like, oh, nothing to see here. And then today we see, oh no, there was something to see there, because he covered up that camera about an hour before. You can see on the video from the back of the truck, the little girl standing back there, as if, you know, if not for the dad coming out, there could have been another situation going on. And we know that he covered that same camera up right before he went to Athena's house about an hour before. So was he plotting or planning then? And would that have been a situation? And that to me was something that I will take from what I saw today, on top of the video that was described to us and everything. But again, it goes to what the prosecutor said and what they laid out in their roadmap and opening statements. And I think that they've delivered on everything that they've laid out.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for joining us
for
today, and absolutely want to have you and your brother back.
Sure. Love to.
It's been great, and I will be back Wednesday morning at 8:30 as we see what happens in this case. Thank you.
All right, y'all. Thank y'all so much for joining today. I appreciate y'all for riding it out with me for 5 hours. Today was another hard day, but shout out to y'all for sticking in there. I think us being out Friday, well, out from this case, Friday, Monday, and Tuesday. I think, yeah, everybody needs a break from this case. It's been a lot. So that being said, on tomorrow I'll be Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday I'll be well, no, because let's just say tomorrow. Let's just take it just tomorrow. I'll be introducing y'all into something else I want to talk about that just recently happened. So we'll get into that, and when they resume court on Wednesday, we probably won't get back into it until Thursday, though. Okay. With that being said, I appreciate y'all supporting this live stream. If you just so happen to be in the live and you're not subscribed, if you're strolling through and you're not subscribed, please subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification bell so you'll be notified whenever we go live. I appreciate the support. I'll see my Truth Seekers on the other side. Until then, y'all have a blessed, beautiful day. All right? Y'all be safe, be blessed, and never stress. And until next time, Truth Seekers stand up and we out. I love y'all. I appreciate the support.